cost accounts. And you all know this, of course. And this would not happen without policy. But the question I have increasingly thought about the last few years in NTRANS and in my research, especially in the context of Norway, which is a global leader in electrification, is how can we kind of provide some kind of coherent analysis of all these things that are going on at the same time, and as Thomas also showed in his talk. So I'll present one suggestion how we can think about it. There are probably many others. And so what I showed before is then what I would call high-level patterns of what we can observe out there. But then the role of social science is somehow to make sense of that. So the starting point is innovation research, or is a, you have heard about industrial revolutions and so on, which has been conceptualized as clusters of innovations across different systems that become, so the most important ones come together and cluster in time, and they then have positive complementarities that can then drive, let's say, what's it called? Ever-widening concentric circles of industrial dynamics. A concept I've been working with is the one called development blocks, which basically says the same thing. And here, a particular definition is that these blocks or clusters are defined by core innovations. So this could be solar panels or electric motors and so on. A key resource, which for us is electricity, and a lot of complementary innovations. And I should say this perspective was indeed, it's like exemplary case is the internal combustion engine fossil energy development block. So those of you who know about that will know that the feedbacks between petrochemicals, oil and gas extraction, oil and gas transport, and internal combustion engine applications in personal cars, machinery equipment, airlines, maritime, and so on, was really what it was behind a lot of also environmental problems and economic growth. So the positive interactions is also well known in the literature on innovation. It's called increasing returns to adoption, which basically means the more use an innovation is adopted, the more companies or industries can do learning by doing and have scale effects in production and so on. And the more that happens, and some of them are two ways, so they're looped, some of them are just one way. So this is simply a way to illustrate then that a way of thinking about electrification. And if you think about it then something that unfolds over time, you would have, for the time axis here you can see, electrification would start where it's easiest and cheapest to do it. But then as these feedback mechanisms, we have cheaper electricity, more application innovations, and cheaper innovations, better performance. It will expand to more and more systems. And at the same time, the scope and scale of the electricity block will increase. Then you have these feedbacks between them. They can be positive, but they can also be negative. And I think this was, to some extent, what Thomas also was talking about. We also looked a lot at that of these negative feedbacks. So the key point here is that these increasing returns to adoption mechanisms that are heralded in the history of technology, actually, when you look closer and you look at particular companies or users or policymakers, and they depend on couplings between these systems that are designed for very different systems or sectors to actually have some kind of productive interaction. So this also means this is not a tipping point story, it's not a technocratic just and it requires a lot of nurturing. What I showed has been 30 years or more on the way, and now there's momentum. So I'll try to end with some provocations, possibly. So I think two things you can take from this is the first one, which is also quite prominent in this EMBA report, is what about electrons versus molecules? So this shows the learning curves of solar, so the cost basically, price, and this is then for oil. So the main point is that in the molecule business, which is biomass and oil and gas, you don't have the same kind of learning curves. You don't have the same kind of drivers. The price and the productivity has not been flat, but it doesn't show it doesn't show at all the same kind of issues. So if this continues, the report says it's just a matter of time before electrons push out the molecules. The second thing is then something that's much discussed these days about security of supply or energy security. So, and this is a very interesting topic. So, of course, everyone's talking about China, but I think this report also makes some interesting statements. So, while fossil fuels are very highly concentrated spatially, sun and wind is not. Everyone has access. Of course, you need security then lies in the manufacturing, ability to manufacture the technologies that can capture the wind and solar resources, including minerals and so on. But also we have to remember that oil and gas, when we buy it and we burn it, and then it's over, then you need to buy it the next day. But for these kind of electricity technologies, you actually have it and you can recycle it and reuse it and so on. And even if China is dominant, you can't just develop petroleum, but you can develop manufacturing capacity, right? So I think also this electrification story, when you connect it to security, shows, I think in a nice way, how decarbonization and industrial development can and probably must go together. That's it. Thank you.
Is this on? No, it's not on. Okay, so we do have some time if there are sort of questions or comments for Allan. And what I forgot to say earlier is that after these first three talks, we'll take the three of you up here and round up some questions. But if there's questions to Allan up front, there is time for that. I have one. Can you sort of say something about how the policy and innovation challenges change as we move up this S-curve? And if you can, what do you think they presently are in this Norwegian state of electrification?
I have my own.
Yes.
Yes, I mean, so I know that this was a bit high-flying. Of course, a key test to whether this is useful is how do you make sense of it in a local context. So in Norway, of course, a key issue in the recent years has been, grid capacity, but also, people are afraid that there will not be enough electricity. So when you think about, when you move up this aggregated super S-curve, so what I said, scope and scale of electrification block, that really manifests in Norway as, we need more projects, so like onshore wind power, other kinds of electricity generation projects, and there's a lot of, not resistance, but low acceptance, and that is very difficult. The same goes for grid projects, and the grid system, if you want, is also challenged by different kinds of regulations that don't allow them to proactively build out. So this is a major bottleneck. So you can say this is a negative feedback, especially the grid, because it affects all electrification projects or ambitions in many different industries. And this is not only in Norway, it is everywhere. So it's not particular to this, but you can also, from a longer term perspective, it's just a temporary bottleneck. We'll have some AI robots, or we will solve it, but of course I don't know, and this is the thing, that it is a vulnerable process. It can stop, things can revert, and we will do new petro age, maybe. I don't think so.
Thank you for a great presentation. Sigve Oslo, I'm with the Norwegian Public Roads Administration. My question is electrification one or several industries, and is grid a molecule business, a hardware business, where the economics of scale isn't really present, and could we do something about that? Could we scale the hardware part of electrification? Thank you.
Yeah, I think I tried to say at least that electrification is indeed a multi-sector phenomenon at the core of it, right? For the grid issues, so the thing is that electrification, this is the second, if not, I don't know how many, this is the second wave of electrification, and the transformer grid equipment has had their learning curves already a long time ago. Some of it. And for that reason, the producers are multinational companies. So they do scale economies at a global scale. But then for new innovations in the grid business, it's tricky, right? Both because the tech providers are conglomerates, there's not a lot of competition. The other then is the users of grid equipment are natural monopolies that are also not equipped to do, mandated or equipped maybe, to do societal transformation. But then still a lot is happening in the grid space, but obviously not enough and not fast enough. And so I don't know, I guess I'm normally a bit skeptical about what AI can do, but maybe it can do a lot of things. There are other experts on that in the room.
All right, thanks a lot, Allan. Big hand of applause again for Allan. So we're shifting then from academia to the authorities, I guess. We have Hilde Storaker from NVE. Sorry? Katrine. Oh yes, then I have my notes are full. Apologies, so we got to Katrine from NVE. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Could I have some help with this one, please? Hello. Is this okay? Okay. Just don't want everyone to hear my breathing. Is it okay? All right. Hello, my name is Katrine Storaker, and I am a senior advisor at NVE, the Norwegian Water Resources and Energy Directorate. And today I will go through our latest scenario analysis that looks at power demand related to emission cuts and how much power is needed to achieve Norway's climate goals, which is of course closely related to the theme of this conference, electrification. However, this analysis is based on our base scenario from our long-term market analysis, which was published in June. So I would like to spend some time on that as well. And it is challenging to predict the future, so sometimes it's nice to take a look in the rearview mirror before you think ahead. So let's start by taking a look at what's happened in Europe. So when you look at the development of power consumption in Europe the last 25 years, there's basically been no growth. The power consumption for industry, the big blue, dark blue color here, has not increased. And one of the reasons for this is the high power prices. And the energy system in Europe is emerging from a period of extremely high energy prices in the wake of the war in Ukraine. And although European energy prices have fallen in recent years, they remain higher than in both the US and China. And this image shows the EU Commission President von der Leyen and Mario Draghi handing over a report on Europe's future competitiveness. And the Draghi report highlighted the high power prices as one of the structural challenges for parts of the European industry. And the report was an important basis for the strategies that the EU is now putting in place to increase its competitiveness forward. And in our long-term market analysis, we assume that the EU will largely succeed, but not necessarily reach all of its stated goals. But based on this, we still expect a growth in power consumption in the future, largely because of electrification. And transport and data centers are the major growth areas, which are the light blue colors here. However, overall growth has been taken down, is lower than from our previous analysis. And this is mainly due to the power consumption for green hydrogen production. Because the vast majority of hydrogen projects, both in Europe and in Norway, have now been postponed, partly due to high costs, and the future of when and how green hydrogen production will come is uncertain. And these projects were largely related to cutting greenhouse gas emissions in industry and other sectors where electrification is harder to achieve. And if we take a look at the production side, this has also been reduced from our last year's analysis. But contrary to the graph we looked at for power consumption, there has been a major change in the European power system. You can see the black area, coal is almost gone, nuclear is also reduced, but then we have had a large increase in wind and solar power. So the power system has changed from almost 100% fossil to close to or around 45% renewable in these last years. And going forward, we assume continued growth in renewable, but we also think that gas will still play an important role, especially in balancing the system. And the reason we have taken it down from last year is mainly because of lower growth in offshore wind, partly due to higher costs. So moving on to Norway, the development is somewhat the opposite, even though Norway is also affected by the same global trends as Europe. In Norway, there has been some growth in power consumption the last 25 years. And as you can see, this is largely due to electrification of petroleum, which is the dark color here. And going forward, also in Norway, we expect that the growth going forward will be related to electrification of transport and also data centers. And at NVE, our base scenario only includes adopted policies and measures. So therefore, our base scenario does not necessarily reach all political targets for which measures have not been yet adopted. But as you can see, there are policies and measures to cut emissions already in place, contributing to increased electricity consumption in transport and industry. So Norway is well underway with the energy transition. And if we look at production as well, there has been variation in weather the last 25 years, but otherwise not much production has been built. The new production that has come online in recent years is onshore wind power. And we expect also this to increase towards 2050, partly due to the implementation of the industrial initiative in Finnmark and also more wind power across the country. And we also expect an increase in offshore wind, mainly based on what's planned to be subsidized. And the power price in Norway depends on several factors, but an important driver is the power price in neighboring countries, and in that context, the gas price is key. But otherwise, it's mainly determined by the power balance, which is shown to the left here. So looking ahead, we believe it will be a positive power balance and a long-term power price of about 50 to 60 øre per kilowatt hours. But of course, there is significant uncertainty about this. For example, how much will the consumption actually grow, or how fast will the electrification and emission cuts happen? So that brings me over to the scenario report. And this is the second year we publish such a report. And the theme for this year's report has been, how does climate policy affect the power market? And we look at the effects that climate policy has on power consumption and how that affects the power balance and power price in 2030 and 2035. And we have looked at two pathways, or two consumption pathways for Norway. Klimaplan and klimatiltak, which is loosely translated to climate plan and climate measures. And Klimaplan represents the government's plan to strengthen climate policy beyond what has already been adopted. It shows expected consumption in Norway as a result of the government's planned measures in their climate status and plan 2026, which came out in October. And how power consumption will increase as a result of these planned measures has not been calculated previously. And to do this, we have received input from a reference group led by the Ministry of Energy, with members from the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Climate and Environment, and the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Fisheries. For the other scenario, klimatiltak, we have also received support from the Norwegian Environment Agency, as this scenario is based on their analysis of possible climate measures in Norway towards 2035. This scenario does not represent adopted or planned policy, but can be understood as a potential consumption growth for achieving significant emission reductions inside Norway by 2035. But it's important to state that neither of these scenarios assumes that all greenhouse gas emission cuts will be reduced domestically. So in both scenarios, Norway will need to depend on cooperation with other countries to meet the climate targets. And as mentioned in the beginning, this analysis builds on our base scenario, shown as the red line in the bottom. So in this analysis, we have looked at consumption growth beyond the base scenario, while keeping production unchanged. And it's important to emphasize again that the base scenario already includes significant growth due to climate policies that are already in place. So in our base scenario to 2035, we expect an increase in both consumption and production of about 25 terawatt hours, with consumption growing faster up to 2030 and then production coming into 2035. And And looking at the scenarios, we see that the government's planned measures imply a moderate increase in consumption of about 4 terawatt-hours up to 2035. And these measures include a package for electrifying heavy transport and some increased taxes and bans, among other things. And moving to the upper scenario, there's an increase of 17 terawatt-hours compared to our base scenario. And this increase is significantly larger and assumes that all measures affecting the power demand from the Environment Agency's report are implemented. And that includes measures across the whole economy, including more measures in industry and the petroleum sector. So Klimatiltak shows that the potential for power demand related to national emissions cuts towards 2035 is substantial. And in our analysis, we have only looked at the impacts on the power system, which is the purpose of our report. And increased consumption, all else equal, weakens the power balance in Norway in both Klimaplan and Klimatiltak. And the effect is greatest in Klimatiltak because the power demand is higher. And in our base scenario, the annual average power price in Norway is between 60 to 70 øre in 2030, falling to between 50 to 60 øre per kilowatt-hours in 2035 as more production comes online. And in Klimaplan, the average price increases with about 2 to 3 øre in 2030 and 4 to 5 øre in 2035. And in Klimatiltak, the increase is bigger. But for both pathways, the power price will still be below the price in many European countries, here illustrated with the German price, the black line there. However, I want to remind you that this is an all else equal analysis. This means we only adjust consumption and keep everything else unchanged, such as other consumption and production in Norway, the Nordics and Europe. And power and grid capacity are limited resources towards 2035, and which consumption will materialize depends on market conditions. And as I showed in the beginning, new industries such as data centers are growing rapidly and seem to establish fast and have a high willingness to pay. And if a lot of this new consumption comes online before existing industry has had time to adapt, the transition could become more expensive and potentially harder to implement. And last but not least, developing both new power production and new grid capacity takes time and must be balanced against other considerations such as nature and cultural heritage. So that was what I had. So I hope this has given you a bit more insight to the effects of climate policy. And thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Katrine. And we do have some time for questions and comments, if there are any. Do you have a hand here?
Yeah.
Okay, Hans-Jakob Wander from Western Norway Research Institute. I'm wondering about this role of energy savings in your scenarios. Can you say a bit about that? I know that you also have been, it seems that you have been occupied with the potential for energy efficiency and energy savings.
We have there is some energy savings in our scenarios towards 2050, but towards 2035, the goal of energy savings of, is it 10 terawatt-hours, is not reached. And we have said that in our short-term analysis as well. How much energy efficiency? I don't have the number right now, but in my head, but I can look it up. But we do have a slight decrease in consumption for households and services towards 2050.
Okay, so we have two questions here. So along.
Okay. So on your last slide, you talked about there might be an imbalance or there'll be a grid bottleneck for foreseeable time, and that might imply that electrification stops or slows down or something like this. But an alternative could be that that more decentralized grid or flexibility options are implemented, like battery storage, other kinds of more decentralized technologies in the grid. How do you think about that? Is that mature already? Are there regulatory challenges with that, and so on?
It is definitely something we are talking about at NVE. I don't have a clear response, but right now Norway is at least a bit behind compared to other countries with the implementation of batteries and such. But that could be maybe something that could relieve the grid and make more space. That maybe Martina could say something more about that afterwards.
Good morning. My name is Bjørn Lønning. I'm working at the Trade Association for Data Centers in Norway. I just have a question for you at NVE, and I don't know if you're supposed to answer on behalf of NVE, but what's NVE's take on the fixed price for the household sector in Norway? How does that affect power usage in this sector? And second, how does we already see negative implications for adding more renewable, like solar, to households? We see businesses going bankrupt because there is a market that has completely evaporated. And that was a question, if you have a take on it.
The first one about the effects on power consumption. Obviously, NVE made some comments before this was implemented, before Norgespris was implemented, that we were afraid of how it would affect the flexibility in households, and also the investment in energy efficient or energy solutions for energy efficiency. So we are concerned. We don't know the effects. We don't know also how flexible was the consumption with the strømstøtte, which was already in place. How much will Norgespris affect what was already in place? Our answer is we still don't know. We want to see what happens, but it is a concern. Yeah. And for the solar, I don't believe I catch the question.
No, we see there is a basically there is a full stop in adding more solar panels to private homes. So we see solar companies that are producing these kinds of solutions for the households are going bankrupt. I mean, that's clearly, in my view, that's clearly a negative impact that this strømstøtte, that this fixed price has. And also, while I'm at it, while I have the microphone, in the Norwegian power system, I think over the last 5 years, it was only added 0.7 terawatt hours, so new renewable energy. When do you expect the inflection point to come for seeing adding more renewable power to basically wind, which is probably one of the most controversial industries in Norway, next after data centers?
For the solar question, it's something that is discussed, but I don't have a good answer for that right now. For the production growth, we expect that there will be basically no growth until 2035, and the new wind projects in, for example, Finnmark will come online towards 2035 and 2040. So that's when we see the production come online. We see that obviously there's still a lot of resistance in areas, so that is a challenge for the wind sector, but it also has had some positive development with this, that the communities that has wind power will have now receive a bit more of the generated income and also the initiative in Finnmark. So that's why we believe it will become some growth. Yeah.
Super. Okay. Final and pretty short question before we move on.
Thank you, Thomas. It's not always it's rare I get the last word. Another question for you. When we are doing this type of forecasting, we are typically looking on power prices. But with respect to the solar question, the cost for the grids is twice as high or even more compared to the local space. Do you have any idea or projections about the development of transmission cost in the system, given these plans?
We do, but I also think Martine will talk more about that. So maybe I'll let you answer. Yeah.
Okay, that's a perfect transition. So a big hand. And then we shift from regulator to the grid with Martine Mowinsnes in Statnett. Go ahead.
Den er på. Den må du gjøre. Thank you. So I was giving the title, Is the Transition Stuck in Line? And that was a quite interesting title to be given and to elaborate a bit upon. My answer would be both yes and no. We are facing several queues from Statnett's point of view. Statnett has to wait in line in and there to get permits to build out the grid, along with other DSOs in Norway. And we are also in a line of getting contractors to build the grid that we have already permitted to build out. And we are in line to get transformators and to get reactors, cables, lines, what's needed to build, together with TSOs and DSOs, both in Norway, in the Nordic, in Europe, and in the world. Because as it was asked about the S-curve for this kind of technology, it's already done. And right now we are facing increased prices because of the high demand. And the suppliers cannot build fast enough and supply us fast enough. So right now, it's not all about the technology, it's also about the capacity. And at the same time, Statnett is responsible for handling one of the queues or lines right now, and that is related to those who want to connect to the grid in Norway, both consumption and production. And we are dealing with all of these lines and queues, but I wouldn't say that we are stuck. So it's there, but we're not stuck. I have, in addition to this situation regarding the lines, two more main messages that I would like to give today. And first of those is that Statnett, we are working hard to deliver our part in the transition. And what I will present today is part of our plan and what we are doing. And the second one, said again and again for different stages all over both Norway and the Nordics in Europe is that the transition is a joint effort. And no one can solve it on our own. And that goes for Statnett and it goes for all of us. On the screen now is our strategy in Statnett to achieve the goals that's set or expected from us. And our strategy is that it's called Electrification for a New Era, taking upon what the society is expecting from us. And we are working really hard to increase the utilization of both the grid and the power system. And this is our prioritized area going forward, because we need to be able to utilize the system and the infrastructure even more to succeed in speeding up and dealing with the line of consumers and producers who want to connect. And then we are, of course, trying to construct the grid and power system both faster and more efficiently. And this has, because of the increased prices, become even more important for Statnett. And then, given the geopolitical situation that we are in, we have also put emphasis on enhanced resilience and preparedness in both operation and development. And in doing so, we are working to do this in a sustainable manner, and both do it safe and securely, and of course cost efficiently. As a natural monopoly, we have to pay close attention to cost efficiency. Early in November, we published our updated system development plan. And we have then looked into the changes over the past period to see if our plan is the right one to meet the needs, or if we need to do any adjustments. And in looking forward, we've been looking at the different measures and testing it against different scenarios. Katrine showed some good examples on the expected growth in the medium scenarios, but both Statnett and NVE have low development scenarios and even higher developing scenarios. And we've tested, and the good news is that the plan is a good plan for both a low growth scenario and a high growth scenario, but with some adjustments. We have an aging transmission system in Norway, and it has to be renewed, and I will come a bit back to that. It's essential that we have good security of supply in general, and also for our defense capacity. That's one of the big changes over the last couple of years, how we take this into account when looking forward and what's expected from us. And of course, a more weather-driven power system creates more fluctuating flows. We use the grid in a different way, and we get also more bottlenecks in the grid. The good news is that with the measures that we present and that we are working to deliver, we will get more equal prices in Norway, which is being highly debated, as you all know, in the price differences with the northern and southern part of Norway. And we will also get increased capacity for both consumption and production. And we are also delivering a safe and efficient operation of the power system with this plan. And this plan is looking into how we can achieve the goals with both the grid development and also market development and system development. But we are also looking into what do we need from other parts of the system, because we have one part, and then there is both the production side, the consumption side. And we're trying to say a little bit about what you are working on, and that I find really interesting, and that's the societal part. And it was commented that we do not have the mandate to do social transformation as a TSO, that's right. But we have a mandate to do what is expected from us. And that shifts a bit with this opinion in Norway. What are we supposed to deliver? A few years ago it was a high race towards building more wind power. Now it's more data center, as we heard one of the speakers here also commenting a bit on. And I think the societal change will affect us, even though we don't have that mandate as a TSO. Katrine said something about the volumes, and I will just quickly show this picture. This is for Norway, and today we have a consumption of about 140 terawatt hours, and the installed capacity, we have a power surplus now, and the installed capacity is mainly hydropower in Norway, making us a bit different than the rest of Europe. But we have a larger part of onshore wind over the last years coming into the system. And in the grid, or in the surplus is highest in the southern part and a bit smaller going north, and then the eastern part has a power deficit. And before talking more about Norway, I would just put some emphasis on this map showing the grid in the Nordics. Because we do not have a Norwegian grid, we have a Nordic grid. We are physically connected with Sweden, Finland, and parts of Denmark. And when we are physically connected, the power flows through the laws of physics, not national borders. And this means that when we are looking into development going forward, we have to take into account what is happening in our neighboring countries. And this goes also for parts of Europe, and that is why both NVE and Statnett have these scenarios for what is happening in Europe, because it affects us as well. In the common market that we have, and also in how the power flows and the needs develops. And I think we, at Statnett as well, often show, and you will see it in my presentation, maps of Norway and maps of Norway as if we are on our own. But I think it's important to remember that this energy cooperation is important, and now it's even more important than before, especially looking at the geopolitical uncertainty that we have right now. So going back to Norway, we have a line, but please take note of the numbers. The line in Statnett now, we have reserved capacity for consumption of 7,700 megawatt. This is almost 50 terawatt hours of consumption. So looking into the demand side, yes, grid is a bottleneck, but so is production. At the end of the day, we cannot meet this demand with only grid measures. And the good news is that over the couple of last years, we've had more production asking to get connected as well. But the big blue part here is hydro, and this gives very little new energy into the system. It's a lot of new capacity, which is also very valuable in a situation or a system with more wind power and solar power production fluctuating, but it gives little new energy. And then we have offshore wind and solar coming into the system with lower, not producing all of the time as we see in consumption, which has a higher use rate. So even though the capacity numbers are quite equal, the energy is very different in these two pictures. So when we are looking at a consumer or producer asking to get connection to the grid, there are several aspects that need to be evaluated. First, the connection is often done in the distribution or the regional grid, and there could be some constraints already there, and measures needed to be done to meet the need. Then you have the interface between regional and transmission grid. That's where Statnett comes in, and we could have then a capacity issue needing some measures there. Then we have the fourth layer, which are the power lines in the transmission grid going a bit higher up. And the fifth layer could be the transmission grid between areas. This is today mainly solved by price areas and market helping us to solve these bottlenecks, and this is why we also see price differences between regions because of the capacity in the system. So what are we doing? We are working on increasing utilization of the existing grid and power system. This is looking into using the assets better and also looking into how new technology can be used. So one part that we have done lately is that we've introduced what's called dynamic line rating, making sure that we do not use, that we use information from the weather when we set the capacity on our lines. With high temperature or with high load, the lines are actually increasing and going lower towards ground, and this is what we need to take care of, making sure that we don't get an outage. And we've done so with rules. Now we're doing it with sensors and weather information. So that this way we can utilize the grid more. That's one example of how we are doing more. And then it is making more capacity available for customers. One example, good example from one of the questions being asked, are we doing anything to try to figure out new ways of doing our job? I would say that some of the DSOs in Norway have had an R&D project where they've taken on a slightly different role in coordinating consumption and production in their region, trying to figure out if they could help both the consumption, production and the grid to be utilized even more. And I think that's a really good example of how grid companies have been allowed from the authorities to take on a bit different role to see if this can help us in utilizing the system and grid even more. So some innovation is there, but it could be good with some good suggestions for even more, because we are eager to succeed on this, both to speed up the process and also to make it more cost efficiently. And then it is about developing both how we operate it and the different market solutions that we have. When it comes to the grid, as I said, we have an aging grid. The blue lines here is all 300 kV lines in the transmission grid today. And a lot of these lines are old and they need to be reinvested. And when we reinvest in them, we do it at a higher capacity, 420 kilowatts, giving a substantial increase in the capacity. And this is why a large part of our planned transmission grid going forward is needed both in a low scenario, and it can also facilitate a high growth scenario. That's the good news. The bad news is, of course, if the low scenario develops and we still have to build up this, there are fewer to split the bill at the end of the day. And going forward, looking into the lines that we see, both in obtaining the licenses, in getting the constructors, and also given the increased cost, we have had to prioritize even more than we used to, looking a bit back. And we are prioritizing to reduce the bottlenecks in the system as a whole, to reduce the power price differences between regions, and also securing supply of major cities and, of course, in Finnmark. And the last part that we are also looking into is also how we can strengthen security and preparedness. And we are here working also hard on being able to do maintenance to secure the high availability and extend the asset life in trying to, as we use the grid more, we also reduce somehow a bit the date of our components. So we are looking into how to make sure that we don't put more risk into the system. And as I said, we see a potential growth in consumption, but how high the growth will be will depend on the growth in production, because this affects the power prices, which again affects what decisions will be made from different industries in electrification. As we know, at the end of the day, it's mainly done by, it has to be profitable, or you have to have some subsidy scheme taking this into account. And we are also then trying to help with the debate about production, making sure that the production hopefully being introduced into the system is done at good locations, seen from a grid point of view, a power system point of view. And here we have recommended where offshore wind power should be introduced in the system, and we recently also delivered our recommendation that if Norway is to build out nuclear power production, these are the locations that's best suited to do so. The good thing with the grid is that it can be used both ways. So this is again looking at our needed grid development. If it is wind power, offshore wind power production being introduced, or if it is nuclear power production being introduced, the grid can serve both developments. So to sum up, we are working hard to do our part, but there is a joint effort needed, and we need more increased power generation, and we also try to advocate for more coordination in the development. And then energy efficiency and flexibility are also creating a more efficient system and more possibilities. And we see the energy cooperation as even more important than ever, also cooperating more with our neighboring countries. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have some time for some questions, comments, if there are lots of hands here. Marcus.
Hi, Marcus Sten from Sintef. Thanks for a very informative and interesting presentation. I want to ask about something slightly different. I'm not sure you're the one to answer, but one of the other mandates or maybe tasks that Statnett has is to now also assess the maturity of projects.
Sorry, assess.
The maturity of projects
Yes.
that are asking
Yeah.
to be grid connected. And I'm wondering if you could say a little bit about that, your experiences, and also maybe about, is Statnett set up competence and resource-wise to do that now in the situation that you describe, where it's just a massive demand?
Yes, I'd be pleased to comment a bit on it. And as you said, that's true. When handling this line of customer who wants to connect to the grid, we have these maturity levels that you have to reach. And you also have to give us a plan stating the key milestones. And if you don't meet them, you're kicked out of the line. So this line that we see is dynamic. And we are kicking out different projects from the line, trying and hoping that we can actually give connections to those who will actually use the grid capacity. Because we have seen some projects with little or slow development. So we are working on that. And we are also now, as part of our plan going forward, we are looking how we can tighten those demands even more than what we have today. Because we see that we need to be even a bit more strict, thank you, in how we handle different projects to make sure that we can actually kick out those who should not be there, taking up. And it is a huge discussion also if we should also overbook more, if we should dare to do so, because we see that some of the projects do actually never end up being built. And if we have the competence, we are looking into different parts how to make sure that we have the right competence. And for some parts, of course, there has been new industries coming in, and we are then looking at how could we get more competence at the industry level, getting help from other sectors, not being the ones having the competence. For example, data center industry as such, hydrogen industry as such. But then again, it's not our role to say who will fail or not. We don't have any opinion on who should get the grid connection, but we have we have the task to make sure that we have a dynamic line and getting those who should get the connection there. Yeah.
Hey Martina, it's me again. A couple of things. First of all, we fully support you from the trend in the data center industry. Make the maturity requirements much more stricter. Kick out the non-serious partners. Make people pay to have their place in the queue. I think that it really needs to be cleaned up. I think you probably heard that from me before. Second thing, I want to give Statnett a thumbs up because I read a very interesting article, I think it was in Financial Times, where they had ranked the grid connection times across all European markets. And Norway and the Nordics were, much to my surprise, on the very top. So I think you deserve an applause for that. Finally, there's something counterintuitive that I wanted to ask you about, and maybe you can enlighten me and the audience here. And it's how do you, for a layman, I'm regarding myself as a layman in this perspective, how do you explain the flow-based market control? Because I'm just to give you all my take on it. When we see large amounts of power being dumped into a price zone that has zero, that has the zero price. That's, in my view, extremely counterintuitive. Thank you.
Quick answer before the break.
Oh! Quick answer. Related to dumping production, that's up to the producers how they act in the market. When it comes to flow-based, I cannot do that quickly. And it's not, I don't think I should try to do it easily either. So I think I will let some of the others take that on later on.
Okay, then I'm sure we will return to these issues. But now, I even got a text message saying we should break, and there is a break in the program. So let's do 15 minutes, and thanks again for the talks. Big applause to all the speakers.
Kom du i dag, eller?
I dag så reiste Du var her fra i går.
Nej, jeg kom ikke lidt om tidligt, så jeg har blevet hentet fra min ja.
Da var det litt som et
Så jeg har jo jobbet mye med op igennem tiden med Sogn og Fjordene og Emilie og
samler dem i mat og legger dem på nettsiden og sånn.
Ja, supert. Takk.
Du kan jo
All right, everyone, welcome back. We are kicking off again. A few fears with this. We have 1 hour now with 4 presenters, and the idea is that they represent different parts of society, talking about challenges from their perspective. First off, we have Klaus Kamstrup from Kystverket, talking about how things look in the sea and on the shore near the sea. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. You can hear me. My name is Klaus Kamstrup. I'm working in the Norwegian Coastal Administration, Kystverket in Norwegian. Hello from Nora Lyngra, my colleague. And I just want to present my employer with a few words before we are coming to the topics for the day. The Norwegian Coastal Administration is a transport agency that facilitates safe, efficient and cleaner transportation by sea. I guess when you are thinking about transportation, it's the transportation of persons that you can read about in the papers. That's what comes up in the mind firstly. The Norwegian Coastal Administration, for us, it's particularly the transportation of goods we are thinking about. And in 24, 40% of inland transport work is done by Norwegian and foreign ships between Norwegian ports. 85% of all exported goods measured in weight, in metric tons, are transported by ships, and 80% of the imported goods are by ship. So it's an important way of transport. When it comes to alternative fuels and shore power facilities, the Norwegian Coastal Administration has few measures or legal authority on behalf of Norwegian ports. But the Norwegian Coastal Administration has published an overview of alternative fuels in Norwegian ports where we distinguish between high voltage and low voltage power systems, as well as charging systems for battery powered ferries. We have also localized some relevant LNG facilities, methanol facilities, and are ready to do the same when the bunkering facilities for hydrogen and ammonia is ready in the future. From the perspective of the European Union, Norway exceeds the requirements on the supply side when it comes to the European alternative fuels infrastructure regulation. In Norwegian, we just call it AFIR. Before the demand side requirements under the EU Fuel Maritime Initiative are implemented in 2030 and 2035, a key challenge is that the available supply of shore power is not being utilized. This brings us over to some important challenges. The number of shore power facilities is significant, but the usage is lagging. European measures will improve this in the future in the main ports of the Trans-European Transport Network, the so-called TEN-T ports, from 2030, and in all ports with shore power supply from 2035. Since Norway got smaller ships and smaller ports compared to much bigger ports in continental Europe, shore power for smaller ships and smaller ports are needed to reach ambitious Norwegian goals for emission reductions. Some port authorities are also considering dissuading or refusing ships from calling if the ships are not using shore power, especially cruise ships. At the same time, ports have an obligation to receive those ships. So the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Fisheries will assess this challenge. Stakeholders also experience that shore power facilities given financial support from other agencies, for example, Enova, I don't remember the name in English, are not being built because of shortage of electricity in the grid systems. So I remember two examples. One is from Trondheim and one example is in Narvik. The shore power facilities, high voltage for cruise ships, they are quite big and costly. I think we are talking about something like 110 million or something. So they are quite big. For less mature alternative fuels, the Norwegian Coastal Administration is optimistic for future possibilities. But because of the over-mentioned, what can we call it, struggle, battle of energy resources, we are a bit anxious when it comes to the energy needed to produce, for example, hydrogen-based fuels like hydrogen and ammonia, and accept some additional challenges when it comes to toxic gases and risk of explosions. The higher energy density in hydrogen-based fuels are very promising for shipping. So, in conclusion, while not exhaustive, we have looked at some challenges regarding shore power and alternative fuels. Thanks for the invitations. Please come with some questions. I will try to answer.
Excellent. Yes, there is time for a couple of questions, if we have. There is a hand immediately, 2 hands. Sorry.
Hi, Steffenbacher from NTNU. I was wondering if the administration has any thoughts on domestic production of renewable fuels, methanol, ammonia, versus import, as is the case now for most, if not all, fuel.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we have a kind of official answer for that, but for me it's kind of, it's better to produce it as locally as possible. It's a paradox, perhaps, to import the quantities of hydrogen needed for the use in transport from, for example, Germany, if it's possible to produce it ourselves closer to the market. So, yeah, it kind of goes without saying. And Enova, they are supporting now bunkering facilities for both hydrogen and ammonia, and the Norwegian Coastal Administration. In our overview, we are ready to map those, and we want to map them in the overview, so everyone can see where they are. Yeah.
Jeg har et spørsmål om cruiseskip da. Men det var jo en enorm vekst i cruiseskip inn til Norge. Og så fikk ikke helt taket på jeg vet jo at det kreves stor effekt når de kommer til havn, men så fikk ikke helt taket. Men hva dilemmaet? Hva deres synspunkt på cruiseutviklingen? Hva slags dilemma ser du i forhold til utviklingen i cruise, sett fra Kystverkets side?
Well, as I said, one dilemma is that when big investments are done, for example, you build a shore power facility for cruise ships, and when the cruise ships are coming, the shipping company doesn't want to use those facilities. That's a paradox. And then some port authorities in Norway, they want to do something about this, and they want to say to the shipping companies or cruise industry that we are not accepting this. We want you to use those facilities. And if you don't want to use them, you can go somewhere else. But there's other regulations that come into play. They are obliged to kind of help those ships also. So therefore, the ministry is doing some assessments on this and assess the legality of such measures. But of course, there's plenty positive effects of cruise. And all the many tourists want to go to those places, you know, and so it's plenty good things about it also. But it's some paradoxes and some what do we call it? Challenges. Yeah.
Okay, so hold that thought. I saw your hand, but we need to move to the next speaker, and so hold the thought. We'll go to Steffenbacher from NTNU. Go ahead.
And we'll talk about the situation in heavy transport.
Yeah, good dag. Good afternoon. Good to see many familiar faces. Always nice to be at the NTRANS Conference. So my name is Stefan Bakker. I'm an associate professor in quantitative logistics, working with modeling of transport systems, energy systems. And I was a bit ambitious. I will try to present two research projects which are ongoing. And the first one is the PhD work from Celine, who is funded in NTRANS. So she looks at this interface between transport and energy systems. Then if there is some time left, I will try to focus on a different project where we're collaborating a bit with the Norwegian Trucking Association, more of an operational problem, which can be fun. So this is Celine. Unfortunately, she cannot join as she's in France this week. I hope she'll join the next event. Her PhD will be several papers. First one published last week, so I recommend people to have a look. This is targeting the linking of the national freight transport model with the energy system model in collaboration with Eve Pernille, who is the co-supervisor of Celine. And then the second work, almost finished, is targeting this long-term uncertainty we're facing in decarbonization problems. So we try to model this in a smart way and get a bit more robust decarbonization pathways. Then what I focus on now is a strategic problem for fast charging station location. For, of course, the heavy-duty transport. So where do we start here? We have some research questions. We're interested in, currently we have little infrastructure. Enova is supporting now the establishment of underveis ladestasjoner, as they call it. A couple of them have been established, several are planned. So we collaborated with a charge point operator to investigate where should you position the chargers, how much should you install, where, when, etc. So we want to understand more about this problem. And then again, we are interested in uncertainty. We don't know how fast the vehicle fleet can transition to full battery electric heavy-duty trucks. We don't know exactly the demand for transport in the upcoming decades. So there's uncertainty, and we also heard this connection issue, power availability. So we want to consider that. And then, since we take the perspective of one charging operator, there are also some limitations in the budget availability, like where you can invest. You cannot do everything at once. So in this work, we look at long-distance transport. Here we defined it as the movement of good flows between origin and destination of at least 150 kilometers. So not the distribution routes within a municipality or city, which are easy to electrify and you have depot charging available, but here we have some longer stretches. We have candidate charging stations available, hundreds of locations identified by our partner company. We consider the Europaveier, riksveier, and then we assume different things about the trucks available, when they're available and their characteristics, battery capacity, etc. So in this problem, we aim to figure out where we should position charging stations. when to open them, and how many chargers should be there, what capacity. Then we consider driving regulations, hours of service regulations. Drivers should be able to rest and pause and charge. So then the charging network should accommodate for this. The purpose in the end is that the charging network accommodates as much traffic as possible, which implies maximizing profit, right? Getting as much trucks to charge gives revenue. Then we need to model the transport demand. That's a tough job, but we could use the transport demand data from the National Freight Transport Model. It gives information on where the goods are moved from where to where. So that was a good starting point. As already mentioned, we had station locations, and we added uncertainty on grid connection and capacities, as well as the development of the demand for electric freight. I should say this is ongoing work. We are getting our first results, and it would be nice to get some discussions afterwards so we can improve it. But I just wanted to sketch the initial setup. Then, final slide for this project, some initial results. On the left, we see some model output. So in red, we see the flow of goods, visualized with the thicker line for more good flow. Then we have these green bullet points, which are potential locations where we want to move the goods, both on origin or destination. And then the bigger circles are opened charging station locations, and then the number is the number of high power chargers. So what do we see? For example, the Oslo-Bergen corridor is something of interest which we would like to invest early. Seen by the colors of build already next year, we should be able to or dimension it with 2 chargers. Also the stretch to Oslo-Trondheim, that corridor is important. Of course, that's in the north. The southern corridor is of interest. And we see the effect of uncertainty, initial effect. We have many potential locations. But we don't see changes in the locations which are chosen, only the dimensioning. So that's of interest. There are some places which are important and which match well with the charging profiles and the hours of service regulation. So that's some initial thoughts. On the right, I just added the map from Enova. They are, of course, supporting now these charging stations, not only from our partner company, but also a couple of others. I guess we have 3 or 4 establishing a heavy-duty charging network. And in a way, it matches quite well the structure we observe with the same corridors which are planned. Currently, we have a couple of charging stations which facilitate heavy-duty trucks. More are to come. Okay, then I should have some more time.
But not much.
Not much.
If you want comments.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, but this one is fun. Maybe I shouldn't say too much about it, but here we're looking more at the long-distance transport. So I think for road transport, these distribution routes, electrifying them, it's okay. There's some maybe investment issues, capital availability, but this is not a big technological issue. It does become tricky for these long-distance routes, where you have to have one rest during the night, and this is an example of a route. We talked to like 20 long-distance transport operators connected to the trucking association and got some input. This is a route they drive. They take the ferry and have a cluster of customers in the Netherlands, and then they go to Germany. They are standing here in a queue in line, and then having to charge. That can really impact the length of the driving, but also when you need to stop, etc. So we wanted to look at this, like how does it work when doing these routes with battery electric trucks? So how important is the availability of charging infrastructure? What should the distance be between charging stations? And what is the value of synchronizing your rests and breaks with charging? So we figured maybe we should turn around this question and rather think, okay, what is the cost of not being able to do this? As we don't have the infrastructure yet, and we don't have the planning methods to synchronize it. So that's a concern of these long-distance charging companies. Let's figure, just to give you an idea of what's going on. So here we have a long route with 12, 13 hours driving and some service time at 2 customers, origin, destination. You need to add hours of service regulation, so there should be a break after, you can drive at most 4.5 hours, and then you have to have a break 45 minutes, or maybe 30 plus 15. You need to sleep at some point. So one solution now could be to drive for 4 hours, have to break, drive, then visit this customer, visit the next one, sleep, and then the next day you drive back home. But then you need to add charging. So maybe there are some chargers available, and you can just, when you drive past one, you charge on the go. This will increase the length of the route. On top of the breaks, now we also have to charge. It could take an hour. If we do it smart, we try to synchronize. Maybe we charge a bit earlier and take an early rest. And that means we have to charge later during the route to fill up the battery again, but we can do it maybe around the sleeping. Yeah. And this might not increase the route length. So that's the idea. And we are wondering, okay, is performance better with more chargers? So that's the problem we look at, the electric vehicle truck driver scheduling problem. No one has looked at it in this setting for long distance transport, surprisingly, so we are happy to work on it. Preliminary results, final result I want to show is just here we have 2 approaches. Either we plan in a greedy fashion, not synchronizing too much. Here we try to synchronize. And this is the completion time of a couple of routes we tested. And we see that there is huge improvement. Turning it around can be very costly if you don't manage to synchronize your charging. That's I think, the key point, that we need good planning, we need infrastructure, otherwise this will become costly and it will be tricky to perform these routes and compete with non-electric transport. Okay.
Super, thanks a lot. Maybe next speaker can prepare while we take a couple of questions. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for a great presentation. I'm just, I don't know if I can categorize it as a comment or a question, but when I was listening to you and I looked at the map, I started thinking, based on my background, studying the maritime transition and port transition, basically, I looked at the map and I realized that, okay, many of these points are very close to the ports. And especially thinking of this policy in Norway encouraging transporting of freights using ships rather than roads. Do you think it would be possible to add another layer of intermodal transport, perhaps? And using some of these ports who are already producing or supplying energy, any type of energy, not just electricity, maybe hydrogen, as a charging point. And maybe, do you think it would be possible to solve some of their problems because they have some sort of problem with planning their transport of hydrogen, for instance, or ammonia. So I'm just thinking of adding layer and layer to your work. And knowing you, you have done some work on maritime supply chain also. So
Yes,
do you
yes.
see it possible or valuable or, yeah?
Good question, and I think there were multiple questions. Maybe I can try to answer the first one. I understood it as what is the potential of mode shift? So can we move some of the goods from the road to the sea? We've done some work on it. The paper just published by Celine, our PhD student, also does a short analysis on this. There is a lot more literature on mode shift. And I think the short answer there, it's difficult. And reasons being that cost differences are too high, and also time usage with consolidation and time usage in ports. So the road network is flexible and fast. So for maybe some product groups, it might work with the right incentivization. But it's, the models show it's difficult, just purely a techno-economical perspective. Increasing that share. We heard Kystverket stating some large numbers on when we look at transport work, which is explained by the bulk, so the liquid solid bulk. So that's booming up the numbers.
Okay, one more question.
Yep. Michael Bexton from SINTEF. There are quite a difference how far you can drive it in summer and winter conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Have you considered that in your analysis?
Yes. So you could see, if you remember the previous figure on the charging station locations and the capacity, they were quite low. There was for a scenario more a pessimistic scenario where we consider the maximum amount of flow we can serve under worst case conditions. For the other work, the operational scheduling, we also look at different battery capacities or efficiencies depending on weather conditions. And we even consider
shorter driving distance. I guess in winter you need to have shorter distance between the charging.
Yes, so we assume battery capacities as they are, but we change the efficiency, reduce it, and of course driving ranges can be half. So, yeah, so we look into this.
Okay, thanks a lot. We have to move to the next speaker. Sorry about that. Then we shift from the road to the skies, and Martina Fantini who will talk about electrifying the skies. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Martina. I'm a PhD candidate within NTRANS and based at NTNU. My research focuses on energy transition in the aviation industry, but I'm not on the technical side of things. So I rather look at how industry and policy stakeholders in aviation negotiate and coordinate the building of new value chains for low-carbon aviation fuels and technologies. And in this presentation, I will give you a little bit of an overview of what's going on in Norway with respect to electrifying air traffic, based on my research. So in terms of content, this is what the presentation will look like, but let's just start without further ado. I guess you're all familiar with this figure showing the share of EV diffusion in Norway, and maybe also this figure. So we can say that both EVs and electric shipping in Norway can be considered success stories. And Norway itself is a pioneer and a leader in these developments. So the question comes fairly natural that if cars and ships can go electric, why don't we see planes flying electric yet. Let us first dive a little bit into the structural conditions of the Norwegian aviation industry. When I interviewed people for my research, I've very often been told that aviation is quite a fundamental social and economic factor in the Norwegian economy, as it enables connectivity between Norway and other European countries and beyond, and it substantially mitigates Norway's dispersed geography. And within the country as well, it enables mobility of people in areas where no other infrastructure is either available or functional. Yet, of course, aviation also is a big polluter and represents 8% of the whole Norwegian transport sector GHG emissions. So there is an urge to decarbonize the industry, and electrification is one of the possible solutions. Policymakers too recognize the urgency of decarbonizing aviation, and indeed the government has prioritized 1 billion NOK for low-carbon aviation development, although no specific low-carbon solution is mentioned in this document. And government agencies like Enova or Innovation Norway, they also play a key role in supporting testing and financing innovations. And at one point, Avinor too stated that all domestic air traffic in Norway would be electrified by 2040, although recently they debunked this claim, generally committing to fossil-free aviation by 2050. And there is something going on. Within the industry, new players are emerging, like this Norwegian startup that is in the process of developing an all-electric amphibious seaplane. They mostly rely on private capital, but Enova has also joined forces. And they currently represent the Norwegian aircraft manufacturing industry as a whole, as no other manufacturer exists in Norway. So that's pretty ambitious, I would say. As for infrastructure, some early projects are emerging too, like this collaboration between the airport in Stavanger and Kempower for a charging infrastructure. As for this, another thing I've come across in my interviews is the need to substantially expand the grid to allow for real infrastructure development. Research is also growing on this topic in universities, but also other institutions like SINTEF and regional cluster initiatives. So I hope we'll catch up with research on green shipping soon. But most importantly, in April 2024, the Norwegian Civil Aviation Authority and Avinor established an international test arena in Norway that encompasses the whole Norwegian airspace and airport network. It's a test arena for low-carbon fuels and technologies, including electric aviation. So I would say this is a substantial development regulation-wise, as it is treated as a regulation sandbox where new technologies can be tested in a protected regulatory environment. And it is intended to attract innovators from both within and outside Norway to test their innovations, share knowledge, collaborate, and ultimately accelerate the creation of a low carbon aviation ecosystem. Yeah. Also, the Norwegian Civil Aviation Authority is collaborating with European authorities on this, so it's a pretty broad project. But substantial challenges remain related to technology performance, especially energy density of batteries for planes and the range. The lack of sufficiently developed infrastructure, both with respect to the charging infrastructure and the grid, uncertainty in regulations, the high costs of building this ecosystem compared to fossil aviation, and maybe also competition among different low-carbon aviation solutions, especially on electricity. Based on my research, if someone asked me to assess how ready is Norway to electrify air transport, I would visualize it roughly like this. I think policies are proactive. We have established test beds. The technology is promising. Also, we have a pretty broad short-haul network where we could introduce shorter range technologies like battery planes, but still infrastructure and regulations represent substantial bottlenecks that also reflect in a big uncertainty in the market and cautiousness, to say the least, in large-scale investments. So, yeah. In conclusion, I would say that Norway is an early mover when it comes to low-carbon aviation in general and electric aviation specifically. It is leading in the experimentation phase, but the future is still uncertain. And also, one thing I would like to point out is that aviation is a global industry, and there is only so much a single country can do if global supply chains are not there yet, and also very much prone to uncertainty. But to just to go back to the initial thoughts about electric mobility with cars and shipping, I think that electrifying aviation, unlike other means of transport, will also require a change in how we conceive and approach air travel. So flying will not be the same once planes are electric, and this is also something that we have to reflect on. So, yeah, thanks for your attention, and this was all by me. If you want to know more, if you are both.
Thanks a lot. So there is time for a couple of questions, if there are.
Thank you. I'm just making the question very quick. When you were mentioning different challenges, I started thinking, how about legitimacy and the social aspect, especially when you were saying that different countries is international, very international sector. So, how is your take on the normative and cognitive legitimacy? I know that it's electricity, so one can easily say that, yeah, it's electricity, but it's electricity in usage in another sector, in new sector. Have you been observing anything related to that? Yeah, thank you.
So you're asking whether society is willing to fly electric, or if electricity usage in other industries might?
Mainly the first one, and also in the aviation business, if the business owners are willing to both society, as public, and also as the one who are going to basically work with it daily?
I think there is, of course, skepticism, and there needs to be more knowledge diffusion, I would say, and more involvement of the customers in these kind of innovations. But the business models themselves are still uncertain, so the companies don't know yet what kind of people they are targeting. They have ideas. Still, some companies are setting up living labs where they give people the opportunity to familiarize with the technology through one of those visors. I don't know if that's the word in English, but still, like with augmented reality, they can simulate the experience of flying electric, and that I think is a good thing for legitimacy and for customer involvement. And as for business owners, I would say, as I said, there might be competition, and many sectors need electricity, and the grid is already poorly developed, especially in some areas. So that remains to be seen. What I know is that, or I had the opportunity to interview someone from Statnett, and they are not really thinking about aviation, so it's not in the plans, I guess. We'll see.
Okay, thanks a lot. So we have to move to the next sector here. Thanks, Martina. Very good. And then we're shifting from air to offshore again, but now to the petroleum sector, and some thoughts from Equinor. Go ahead, Simen Moxnes.
Thank you very much. Simen Moxnes, I'm Senior Advisor within New Energy Systems, and last 4 years I actually worked with the transformation of the Norwegian continental shelf. And I'm only going to talk about the one on the left here. What I can say about these two, about hydrogen and CCS. Our focus now is the market focus. We have taken this as long as we can technological. Now we need to mobilize the market. That is our focus. To be able to produce blue hydrogen, you need to have control over the emissions in your whole value chain. And that is actually what the electrification of the Norwegian continental shelf is all about. The big picture you see here, what is this? This is an LM2500, a GE gas turbine generator, or a gas turbine generator. It's actually a rebuilt jet engine. The nice thing with this is that it takes very little space. It's very light. Both of those are parameters that matters when you are building out infrastructure in the ocean. The downside of it is that each of those emit approximately 100,000 tons CO2 per year. That is the same as 50,000 petrol cars. So that is the big picture. 79, that was the number of gas turbines in regular use operated by Equinor in 2021 when I started this project. So what is electrification all about? Well, it is replacing the energy you get from these gas turbines that are running on fuel gas. That means the gas we get up from the oil field at each and every place. It is an energy that we have, we have looked upon it as abundant.
So the fact that this machine only utilizes 30% of the energy in the methane has not been a big consideration. That is not the case anymore. But what is electrification all about? Well, it's important to know that we use those gas turbines, the blue one here are the turbines, for two purposes. One is for producing electricity that a lot of our equipment offshore is running on. 2/3 of our gas turbines are actually compressing gas. And when understanding what electrification is all about, that the difference between replacing a turbine for generating electricity and a turbine compressing gas, that is quite a different story. So when we talk about part electrification, then we replace the power generation offshore. That is a quite relatively, I say, easy task. Since you are more or less just bypassing this system and plugging the power from shore directly into your main distribution board. It's not fully that simple, but that is more or less the issue. This equipment, if you don't need that space for anything else, you can just leave as a backup. When we are electrifying a compressor train, that is quite other beast. Then we have to remove the equipment we have on board and install and replace that with a fully integrated electric compressor. Okay. I talked about energy utilization. This is a very schematic sketch then on what we need or how, if we need 1 terawatt-hour of useful energy offshore, then we will use natural gas or methane with the primary energy content of 3 terawatt-hours to do that. If we instead get that power from shore, we have 3 more, or gas with those 3 terawatt-hours more to export to the European energy system. This is a very simplistic approach, assuming that you use all that gas to produce electricity in a modern gas power plant in Europe. But the difference in energy utilization is quite obvious in this case. But the story is that EU don't use all the natural gas for producing electricity, approximately 1/3. 1/3 is used in industrial processes, for industrial heat, etc. And 1/3 is used for domestic purposes, mainly heating housing. So here we have done a bottom-up analysis of our electrification portfolio. And on average, in the period from next year until 2050, we will on average then, for the offshore use, use 4 terawatt-hours. At the same time, that results in 8.5 more terawatt-hours of useful energy. That's important. Useful energy in the European system. So that means that you have a net gain of 2.1 times more energy in the system, which is a good thing. Okay. Electrification has a long history in the Norwegian oil and gas business. All started back in 1991 when the Parliament introduced a special tax on emitting CO2 in the offshore business. That shows us 2 things, actually. One of the things is that it was accepted policy that emitting CO2 is a bad thing already in 1990. This was 2 years after Brundtland delivered her report with the UN Commission. The other thing was that I realized that the oil and gas business is one major emitter in the Norwegian continental or in the Norwegian economy. But from 1996, the Parliament instructed that all new developments of oil and gas should be evaluated from electrification. Which again, what does that tell us? Well, it tells us that they at that point knew that electrification was, electrified platforms was a better tool than platforms that utilizes gas. That was the same year when Troll A was starting production. That is a coincidence, but anyway. In 2005, the ETS quota system was introduced, and then you see the number of platforms being electrified since then. We are currently working with these platforms. We and Aker BP has the Yggdrasil field, and there's actually just one electrification project left that has not been, where investment decision has not been taken, and that is the Granvoll electrification project. So what have we actually achieved? Well, if you look then first on the period from 2005 to when the EU ETS quota system was introduced until today, we have reduced emissions on the Norwegian continental shelf by 3 million tons per year. That's a 30% reduction. Partly because, I mean, this green dot here is that if we had done nothing, and in addition had not electrified new installations, that means that that would be the case, for example, if Johan Sverdrup was not electrified. And then we see the effect of the electrification portfolio. That means that we take existing plants and rebuild them, like the figure I showed earlier here. Consolidation, that means using your equipment in a smarter, more energy efficient way, and then you have pure energy efficiency measures. All those are things we have done to get that 30% reduction. In the same period, the production, total production from the Norwegian continental shelf, that is from 10 to 21, I mean, not the same period, but since we started the Norway Energy Hub and what we call since we started the coordinated way with our electrification portfolio. Climate Initiative in Norway, it's called that project. Well, in that period, the production has gone up, the emissions has gone down. And that is solely due to, or it's due to those measures that I showed you in the last figure. And that is one of the main reasons why, and what does this figure show? Well, this shows the emission intensity from natural gas delivered to the European market from different sources. And the width of each of those bars shows the volume, how large part of the volume comes from Norway, and as you know, that is quite a significant part. Europe has a bit of own production. Then you have different LNG deliveries, still some pipe gas from Russia, and a significant delivery of LNG from the US. What does the height show? That is the emissions per produced gas unit. The pipe gas from Norway has upstream emissions of 8 tons per 10,000 barrels of oil equivalents. That is 2% of the emissions during combustion. 2% of the emission combustion, and you see that number down here. When you burn natural gas, you emit 350. That is kilograms per barrels of oil equivalents. If you go to the other extreme, LNG from US, there the upstream emissions are approximately 1/3 of the emissions at combustion. This matters. This really matters, and one of the reasons, there are two main reasons to this. It is that the main gas machine, Troll Kollsnes, is electrified, and that we have very good control over methane emissions in the Norwegian continental shelf. Here we also see LNG from Norway, of course higher emission intensity since you use more energy to cool down and compress the gas. But when Snøhvit is electrified, it will be better than pipe gas from Europe. Back to, or not back to, of course a lot of this is politically driven. It has been a lot of talk about the tax package since it was introduced in 2021. Not very strange that there has been a lot of discussions there. But it's important to understand what the Parliament actually, call it, instructed the government, current government and the industry on. Yes, they instructed the industry, or actually they instructed the government together with the industry to come up with a plan to reduce emissions by 50% compared to 2005. The current ambition from the industry at that time was 40%. And then there is a quite important part of the text there, within the framework of the current policy instruments. And what are the policy instruments from reducing emissions from the Norwegian continental shelf? It is one main thing, and that is the CO2 tax that I refer to, the special CO2 tax. And it's fair to say that what really accelerated our electrification of brownfield platforms, that was when the Solberg government actually in their climate bill in 2021 said that in 2030 the minimum level of the total CO2 tax, that means the EU ETS quota and the special Norwegian tax, should be 2,000 kroners. What did that lead to? Well, it meant that a lot of our projects that had a negative net present value suddenly got economic. Since the abatement cost, the cost per removing each kilogram of CO2, suddenly was below the long-term CO2 tax. Without, I would say, without that predictability, a lot of the electrification project that we are currently executing would not have happened. However, we have not succeeded in building a portfolio with abatement costs below the CO2 tax that takes us all the way to 50%. And it looks for today, with the Equinor-operated facility, in 2030 we will be at 42% reduction. If we are allowed, and I have to say, if we are allowed to execute the Grande Balle project and do a very good job on energy efficiency, we will be in 2034 on 57%. Not too bad actually, with regards, and again, we have taken that 50% target and actually made it our own for the whole business, and we see we will not reach it in 2030, but we will reach it some years later. These two projects, that is where we failed, and where did we fail? We failed in getting the cost as far below the CO2 tax. I have to go in for landing, I see. Yeah, I understand that. This is just a figure showing what are we actually doing. This shows us total energy consumption in the years towards 2050. These are the green areas are power either from shore or for Hywind Tampen, which is actually also visible. And this is power produced by gas turbines offshore. And remember, this is utilized power, so these are directly comparable. And these are actually showing us what we are doing now. We are, for the longest living assets, we are changing from, in the long perspective, from gas to electricity. I will just say two words about technology. Yes, the work with an electrification portfolio has really stretched the technological limits, not at least of alternating current distribution offshore. We are now believe that 340 kilometers are possible with AC technology, which is quite much more inexpensive than HVDC technology, direct current, by actually reducing the frequency. That is quite an interesting part. And then it's very important to see that in doing this task, we have not only looked on power from shore. We have looked on, you see the range of concepts here, from biofuels, which you can really discuss, to brownfield CCS. There is no one that can compete with the power from shore on abatement cost. And that is the reason why our, call it, low carbon energy generation portfolio is mainly power from shore. And if we do not achieve to get the abatement cost below the CO2 cost, because we are not, as a company, we are not taking these decisions by ourselves. We are doing this in a partnership together with Petoro, together with the other licensed partner. Finally, this is going to also pass the oil and gas department, and it's not within Petoro's mandate to sanction not profitable projects. That's the reality, and that's where we are.
Thank you. We'll keep the break, although we are in keeping with our tradition of being slightly behind on schedule. But we can take one or two questions, I think, before we do our break.
Thank you. I'm Pernille from Institute for Energy Technology. I'm curious, because if we electrify today, I assume the oil and gas activity will go down and the need for electricity will go down in the future, so that we have capacity from shore that we will not utilize. Yeah, so the first, is that correct? And the second, if there is something in it, how will it influence your profitability of electrifying from shore?
Again, this shows that our, call it the green one here, is the profile, we believe, of electric energy, and that will increase until 2034, and then it will gradually reduce as the production reduces. But what was that your question actually?
No, but then you over-dimension for something you don't, in the future you won't utilize the capacity.
We base our business cases on what we believe will be the, call it, economic lifetime of each and every asset. And it's the long-living assets that are prioritized, because these are very big projects, it's quite expensive projects, and it will also be the assets with a long lifetime that has the best economy. So by the laws of economy, they will also win that competition.
Okay, short question here, Stefan.
There you are.
And to you again. I was about to ask about the abatement costs. So fortunately, you jumped into it. What I was wondering, to what extent are the connection costs covered in this abatement cost? So the costs...
The anleggsbidrag, that's included. So what we are, this is calculated for each and every project, and for the Snøhvit Future project,
yes,
for example.
Anleggsbidrag, there's a cost sharing there between Statnett or...
Yeah. So when we do our business calculations, it's what we have to pay that we include in our calculation. We also do socio-economic calculation, and in that case, for example, for Snøhvit Future, we will then need to take the full cost if you do a socio-economic one. For Snøhvit Future, then we have to take the full cost of Skaidi Hammerfest. But if you do a socio-economic calculation, you use another interest rate, and you do not actually discount the CO2 volume either. That's quite technical. But it's very important to know that there are several ways of calculating abatement cost. And that is a bit based on the risk level actually. So Environmental Directorate use a much lower interest rate when they evaluate than we do as as business.
Okay, so and there's a lot of hands, but hold your thoughts because we will have a chance to discuss with you later today also.
I'll be here for the rest of the day.
Yeah, yeah. And we also need the break, I think. So now it is 42. Can we manage with 10 minutes? I know that's scary, but let's try. If we can kick off again at 52, you have your chance for coffee and whatever else before we get back. Big hand to all the speakers. not as calm as that. But now we're moving into a session where we look at all this from a regional perspective. We have Sivert Spalder here, who will talk from a Trøndelag perspective first.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you, Sivert. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Sivert Spalder, and I come from the Trøndelag County Authority, which is what it's called in English. I'm here to talk a little bit about the energy system in Trøndelag. So this is our little energy team. We're 6 people, and we're under the Regional Development and Dental Health Department in Trøndelag County Authority. I was told to say a little bit about the operating budget for 2025. This is what it looks like, and it'll look like this the next years also. It doesn't change very much every year. Competency, that's teachers. Some parts say that's ferries, buses, and etc. VEG, that's roads. And then over there, that's us, regional development. Yeah, it doesn't change much from year to year. You might have a bit more money in teaching or a bit less money in roads, but that really just depends on whether it's left-leaning or right-leaning majority politicians. We're allowed to laugh. Okay, in the county authority, we really like plans. I've seen a couple of plans today as well. And this is our new plan. It's called the Regional Plan for Energy Transition. And energy transition here meaning the transition from fossil fuels to electric clean energy. It was approved this summer. And what we found out is that we really have a lot of solutions to much of our problems. But the problem is that we don't have enough power. And you might say that, well, we have infinite power in Norway, and we did at some point. We had infinite power. We had so much infinite power that we made a tram in Trondheim. I learned this recently. We made a tram because we didn't know what to do with the power. And no one needed a tram, but we made a tram. And so this is what we're looking at for the next 25 years. It's quite a big leap, some would say. It's not completely right because the electrification of the Halten area, that's the oil platforms outside of Trøndelag, is cancelled, as we just saw, but it's still a substantial amount. And this is the energy system in Trøndelag, so you can see where the energy is coming from and where it's going. This was not made by us, but by Akershus County Authority. A couple of things I want to point out here. First is the commercial buildings and the households. A lot of energy goes into heating of commercial buildings and households. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. The other thing is transport. We have a lot of buses in Trondheim and Trøndelag, and the government said that all these buses need to be electric by 2026, so we'll do it in 2029, because that's when our contracts run out. And we're hoping to change this, to make more of the industry use more electricity rather than fossil fuels. In addition to implementing carbon capture, which, as you know, is very power intensive. So whilst there's no one solution for all of these problems, so for the problem, I'm sorry, I'll reiterate. My point here is that we need more power. And even though people are concerned with power, it's not really the amount of terawatt hours per year people are concerned with. People are concerned with grid connectivity. And there's not one solution to this, but I want to touch on 2 things which I think will be important in the coming years. The first is what the industrial hubs in Trøndelag can do to get more connectivity. Because they can't just go and build more grid. That's not their job, that's Tensu and Statnet's job. This is Malden Industrial Hub, and they want to expand, and I think they need something around 25 megawatts or something like that. And what they're doing, or at least planning to do, and they've recently got support and money from Innovation Norway, so that's great. But what they're doing are they're creating local energy with solar and wind power. They're planning to have batteries to facilitate for energy storage, which in and of itself has its own regulatory problems. And they're becoming more circular, so using waste heat internally in the industrial hub. And load shifting and peak shaving, that's a big one. That essentially means the whole industrial hub coming together and agreeing to not to use power at the exact same time. So very smart solutions here. The other thing I think will be very important is district heating. We're not very good at district heating in Norway. Oslo is good at district heating. Sweden is much better. Sweden and Denmark are much better at district heating than us. We're about, I think, 50% of all energy that's used in households come from district heating. In Norway, it's closer to 10-15%, I think. And it's not like we can't implement district heating in Norway or in Trøndelag. We have forests, we have bio-waste, and along the shore and coastline you could even implement sea heat pumps. So it's not that it's not viable, the infrastructure is not really there, and no one's really sure who is supposed to build that infrastructure. This is a survey we did a month or two ago, which about excess heat available at the industrial plants in Trøndelag. As you can see on the map, that's where the industries are located, and collectively they have an excess heat potential of 3.8 terawatt-hours per year, which is quite substantial. But it's unrealistic to think that we can use all of that. Some of it is corrosive and is really difficult to use, or straight up impossible to use. It's all not just one temperature. So some of it is more suitable for district heating, some might be more suitable for growth houses and such. But by far the biggest problem is that, as you can see on the map, the industries are not located where people are. They're located in the districts. In the same survey, we also examined the flexibility potential in Trøndelag and found that we have 300 megawatts available for flexibility. And just to have something to compare that to, most of the new projects in the power queue lie around 10 to 15, maybe 20 megawatts, except for the big ones, which is hydrogen and data centers, which is around 100 to 200 megawatts. Well, yeah, this is my last point, and I'll tread carefully here. We in the county authority have a regional perspective. We have to care about the whole county, and we have to care about the industries and the power connection to all the county. The municipalities tend to have a closer view on things, a bit more tunnel vision. I want to talk a little bit about concessionary power, because how that works is that if you produce power in a municipality, that municipality gets the money from selling that power within the municipality. But if it's sold without or outside of the municipality, the money goes to the county authority, which is nice for us. And I will not say if that's right or wrong, but that's just a reality. That's how it works. So that gives an incentive for the municipality to use all that remaining power which they're creating in their municipality. And the power producing municipalities are often rural. Try saying that fast. Rural. They're often rural, and often also struggle with people moving out of their municipality. And so I think that leads to a bunch of rash decisions made in the municipalities. The combined fear of people moving away from the municipality and a willingness to, or a want of using that remaining power that you're producing. I think that the municipalities don't always get exactly what they want. I think the municipalities need to be a bit more hard to get, because we've seen plenty of examples of municipalities just choosing the first and best and then not being completely happy with the results afterwards. But I think the problem is lack of communication and dialogue. And I think that we're working with is trying to get a common space where municipalities, NVE, the Statnett and Tensio, and of course us, the county authority, a place where we can come together and talk, so that we can get better solutions. Because there has not really been a tradition for example, Tensio and Statnett to talk together, and there really wasn't any need to either, because we had infinite power. Remember, you could put industries anywhere and then just put a line there. It's all good. It's not like that anymore. Planning of all this needs to account for infrastructure, where the power is, power lines, and the industry. It all has to be planned together, which I think Statnett was saying something about earlier as well. Because if not, you get this. This is Stern Sør. That's a beautiful industrial hub located in Midtre Gauldal. And it was going to be a big, beautiful industrial hub close to the E6 and railways as well. And this is what it looks like today. Because no one made a phone call to Tensio to ask if there was any power available. So, yeah. It was not my intention to throw a Stern Sør under the bus here, but yes, I did. They're doing much better now. People are moving in. They have new contracts with people moving in into the industrial hub, and they are in a new project together with Sintef and with Tensio, which is called Coordinated Connection, which I think would be really good. Yes, that's what I have. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sivert. Lots of stuff happening in Trøndelag. Questions?
No difficult questions, please.
Difficult questions?
No difficult.
That's the... Maybe you can... You hinted at this early in your talk about sort of the difference it might make in an administration with different political sort of winds. Mm-hmm. Can you say something about sort of the relationship between you guys doing this and how you work with those politicians on a sort of day-to-day basis?
Yeah, well, I work in the administration, and so my job is to make the politicians good at their job, because they make all the decisions, and I'm here trying to lay the foundation for them to base their opinions on. And there's mostly two ways we're working with this. Either it's the politicians coming to us and asking for something. The most recent I've been involved in is how ETS2 is going to involve affect Trøndelag and the industries in Trøndelag. But we also have, in that plan I showed, we have I think it's 29 points of like an action plan that we work, base our work out of.
Okay, I'll try this.
Michael from Sintef. In your work with the regional plan, are you building upon plans from the municipalities or interviews with the municipalities?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, do Trondheim have a similar plan?
If Trondheim?
Will Trondheim have a similar plan for the municipality?
Most municipalities have some sort of similar plan, yes.
Thank you.
And we have Trondheim here, so you can discuss with them during lunch. Okay, thanks a lot, Sivert. Thank you. So we shift now to research again. Markus Steen from Sintef Digital, who will talk about a project called Respond 2030. Go ahead, Markus.
Can you hear me? Yeah, so the program said, no, it's better now? No, no. Low battery. Energy. I can maybe just use my, I can use my, yeah.
coordination efforts.
All right. Is it working now? Yes. Okay. So the program said Jens Hansson, or Markus Sten, or Jens Hansson, and I'm sorry to disappoint you all because I'm Markus Sten. And Jens Hansson is over there. He's the manager of this project, which is a new project we started this year, funded by the Research Council of Norway. It's about trying to understand how we can sort of get the energy transition going in a region in Norway, Nordland, I'll get back to that, and focusing on heavy industry. So, I guess we all know that the energy-intensive process industry is an important sector in Norway and also a large source of emissions, about 25% of Norwegian emissions. Very important for value creation, for jobs and for exports. And it's a sector that already cut a lot of emissions, right? A huge cut in emissions since 1990. And I wouldn't say it's low-hanging fruits because there's been serious effort, a lot of big-scale energy efficiency and so on, optimization. But kind of for the next steps, we need what we can call radical innovation. We kind of need to change industrial processes and so on. And I'm sure you're all also aware of that. In Norway, we're mainly talking about Scope 1 emissions because we have mainly clean energy going into process industry, but there are process industry emissions that we need to deal with via things like electrification that we heard a lot about, electrification of industrial processes, or CCS or the like. And globally, these kinds of industries are basically off target to reach net zero goals, so not a lot needs to happen. And Process 21 said there's this need for more knowledge on how to transform the industry faster. And we think it's also really important that we understand the regional variation in the conditions for this happening. And we already heard this in talks today, that there are big differences in grid constraints, for example. We know that the way that infrastructure for CO2 or CCS is being developed, there are regions that are more proximate to storage sites, and there are other regions that are maybe far away with small emissions and more distributed emissions. So that kind of regional variation we think is important. So here in this project, we're focusing on Nordland. Nordland is a large energy-intensive processing industry region in Norway, accounts for over 50% of emissions in the county. And we know Nordland as one of those power surplus counties in Norway, but it's quite fragile. So that can quickly change with new lines being developed or with new big consumption coming on board, like huge hydrogen processing plants, for example. That could quickly change. There is, like in other parts of Norway, quite large constraints in grid capacity, both transmission line and maybe even more in distribution lines. And there is a very strong increase in regional power demand, both from the established industry that's there, but also a lot of emerging process industry that could be developed, hydrogen, ammonia, for example, but also data centers and these things that we heard about. And there's also the need for electrification of maritime transport, which has still come quite short in the north compared to areas further south in Norway. And also the aquaculture is a sector that is growing and that has an increasing demand for a lot of the same resources. So the goal here is, together with this set of partners that we have from both the public sector and the industry in Nordland, is to develop these kind of regional energy transition roadmaps for how we can decarbonize the industry. So we really set that center stage, but it's important to understand this in its wider context within the sector and what it means to decarbonize in different ways. What does that mean for other sectors? What does it mean for jobs, value creation? What's the impact on nature and the aerial use of these kinds of things? And I forgot to say this in the beginning, but it kind of builds on a portfolio of projects now developed in and around NTRANS that try to do this kind of bridging between more social, technical, qualitatively oriented analysis and forms of modeling. And in this project, we're working with Pedro and colleagues at Induk and also Sintef Industri to do this kind of bridging with macroeconomic modeling. So that's kind of the basics, and I'm not going to sort of spend too much time on the intricacies of the project because we haven't come that far yet. Here's the kind of the outline of the project structure with sort of modeling, and there's some qualitative, and then we try to bridge this stuff. And an important part is really this kind of transition platform where we try to bring together actors, both the core actors around the industry and in the public sector, but also to kind of get the views and perspectives and concerns from other stakeholders around. And what I wanted to really share now is what we've done in the initial phase of the project is kind of based on workshops with partners, on interviews, on reports. We've developed the first set of scenarios that kind of form the baseline for what we then proceed to do next. And some of you will be very familiar with the NTRANS scenarios, where there's a sort of a technical dimension and a social dimension that changes from sort of limited change to radical change. Here the logic is a bit different. Here our logic is that we take the established process industry as our point of departure, and we have two main axes, where one is, what are the available solutions to decarbonize? Or will they be available sort of moving forward? That could be things like access to grid, more power, access to CO2 infrastructure, and so on and so forth. The other axis is what we've called decarbonization imperative, reflecting that there's a lot of uncertainty in terms of how stringent climate policy targets actually are. So it's both climate policy targets, but also market demand. I think there's certainly an expectation that in the future, in sometime in the future, the market will demand green products. But that demand is not there, and it's at least not it hasn't been translated into prices. So what we kind of end up with then is four scenarios, where starting with scenario one, that is business as usual. So if we move on the next 10 years along the trajectory we're on, that's business as usual, where the imperative to decarbonize is relatively weak, and the opportunities to decarbonize with technical means and so on are quite constrained, right? Now, if we move to a situation where climate policy targets are really enforced, the market demands green products, and the opportunity space remains constrained, the concern is that we'll have a decline of industry in Northern Norway, right? Because those investments will happen elsewhere where the opportunities are better. Moving to the third scenario, this is what we call the partial green shift, is where the imperative is relatively weak, but solutions become available, and some of these process industry firms will invest in that technology because costs have come down and so forth. We can maybe hope that some of these learning curves that we've seen around electrification also come into play in the heavy industry, things like industrial heat pumps and so on. And the most positive scenario, at least from maybe an industrial value creation point of view, is what we call the green energy intensive process industry, where strong imperative but a lot of opportunity, and the established industry gets decarbonized, and there's also new industry. The downside of this is, of course, that the impact on nature could be quite large. But the point is not to say that these are the futures, but they are plausible forms of future that enable further qualitative work and modeling analysis. So I already kind of said this, these two axes, and this is what we would want to get some input on at this stage, since we're early on in the project. We just started and we'll be working on it for about 4 years. So these two axes, do they make sense? And also both from you qualitative people, but maybe especially also from you from the modeling side. You know, how do you see that? Does this intuitively kind of fit with your logic around being able to model this kind of thing? Just very briefly on some preliminary insights. I think they kind of resonate a lot with things we already heard today. That, and as I said, I think a lot of the low-hanging fruits have already been picked by these actors in the region. They've conducted extensive experimentation, for example, with piloting of CCS. I think there's generally a lot of uncertainty around how stringent the imperatives are, policy targets. You know, we heard today that, you know, there's a target and then we move back on it. The oil and gas sector now recently has reduced its target. So these things are happening. It's part of a broader change in society around other issues coming up around security, around nature, sovereignty, and so on. So we think it's really important to understand this moving forward and how it impacts how actors in the industry think and invest into new solutions. There are clearly a lot of bottlenecks on the opportunity side in technology and infrastructure. So this regional power surplus that is there, we think is rather fragile. Grid capacity is constrained. CO2 infrastructure, who knows? It's currently being developed quite far from Nordland. And there are societal acceptance issues around new infrastructure development that are understandable, that somehow need to be solved, we think, to be able to kind of solve this kind of issue. And linking up with the last presentation by Siebert, I think there's also this need for more sort of coordination, arenas where coordination can happen across the public sector, but importantly also between local, regional and national level, between different stakeholders. So that's what we had. Thanks. This is Mo i Rana Industripark. And if you haven't been there, you should go. Very interesting place. Happy to take any questions, comments.
Big rules. Yes. Questions for Marcus? From qualitative or quantitative folks? You have one right here.
Hello.
Hello.
So I was wondering, giving all this uncertainty and etc. for the actors, and this kind of imperative you're talking about, so you're talking about Norwegian policy conditions, I guess, but there might also be other kinds of competition standards, like green premiums, like in the market, the buyers demand something. So from the continent of the Danish context, these kind of factors are increasingly talking about buying negative emission credits from BECCS projects and other kinds of carbon removal projects. And this is now becoming part of the science-based initiative targets that many kind of pioneer companies are adopting, so private standards for showing climate benefits, whatever. Is this something you are seeing? Because that's kind of the easy solution. Just buy some emission credits and then you can wait with these investments.
It's a very good question. I don't really have the answer to that. We haven't done that many in-depth interviews with these actors on these issues so far. I'm not sure. Maybe Jens, you can elaborate, but there's also the issue that many of these big process industry actors, they have also, the headquarters are not local, right? So I think some of that decision making does not happen in the region anyways. This also kind of translates into other challenges with decarbonization, I think. I think we'll have to get back to that once. Yeah.
Okay. And I don't see any further hands. Grab on to Marcus during lunch. Okay, so next up is the final presentation of this session. We have Katja from Anthropologene, who's been leading work across NTRANS and North Wind, which is relevant to this regional discussions. Go ahead, Katja.
Thank you so much, Thomas. I think you have a lot of faith in my energy, asking me to be the last one for lunch after all these interesting talks today. So I want you also to show me your energy level now. Like, can you raise your hands? Yes. Thank you so much. It's good to see. I'm Katja Bretset. I'm academic leader and partner in Anthropologene, also very proud anthropologist, and I grew up on this tiny island just south of Trøndelag County, so I actually saw my own island on the maps that Sivert used. And I did my anthropological fieldwork on the same Japanese island as the Mount Fuji mountain, in a small community there. And the last 5 years I've been very much connected to this island in the west of Norway, Utsira. So everything I'm basing my research sharing with you today is based from that local community at the island of Utsira. And I want to talk to you about trust as a key element in developing projects in the regional context of Norway. And our tiny research team of 8 people in Byantrupplagene. Actually, we've been having a history at Utsira since 2020. It started out with a small innovation project there in 2020, and we thought, wow, what an adventure, and we didn't really see it coming that we will get more projects every year since then. At this really tiny island with 200 people, Norway's smallest municipality. But we did. We got projects together with the municipality and also with energy developers. First, those working on onshore wind energy, and then later on offshore wind energy. So that's just been quite amazing for us to be able to go and really dive into the local community at Utsira as anthropologists. And yeah, like you see, it's a beautiful island where you can bike across in just 10 minutes. So yeah, it's a really compact community, you could say. And then since the autumn of 2023, we've been working on this user case, people on offshore wind, together with NTRANS and Northwind, and especially close collaboration with the researchers at NTNU. And what we, the main research question overall was how to develop Utsira Nord with the offshore wind in a just and inclusive way. So that was what we wanted to look into together with the local community at Utsira. So we gathered at Utsira with people and researchers and representatives from the energy development to discuss further how can that look like and what are we actually going to figure out in this research. And through our research since then, we have come, the background is energy justice framework, and you could see it as part of EU Green Deal, as a just transition, as fair and inclusive, where no one is left behind. So that's the behind framework. And then here, through the research, we have seen justice as for local communities means not only sharing the burdens of green transition, but also ensuring they reap tangible, sustainable benefits because a well-executed process without meaningful outcomes risks being seen as anything but fair. And that, I will take you into this, why did we end up with that? I will try to bring you with me to the island of Utsira. Here we are standing close to the lighthouse. Maybe some of you have also been there. How many has been to Utsira? Yeah, a few. Yeah, the others should go. And pointing here, this is my colleague Marcus, and pointing out to that area in the ocean where there is plans for offshore wind at Utsira Nord. So this is just to make it a little bit more concrete from the local community perspective, where is it, when we're standing on the island and looking towards this. And what we saw then through our research at Utsira, with using in-depth anthropological methods, talking with people, where we met them at the Joker, the main meeting place, the supermarket, and everywhere where we went. We saw the main topic was when we asked about, okay, what is important for you to create a just transition connected to Utsira Nord, then it was all coming back to this process, like people not being sure what was happening in the process, what would be the outcome, saying like the vague talk makes us lose faith in the entire project, and another, they forget to talk to those affected, they think it's so far out at sea, it will be simple, but it wasn't. And this is from people in a local community that in general are really, really positive to renewable energy and have been like looking into hydrogen power, windmills at land, offshore wind, thinking like, yes, we need this to have possibilities in our community, and still, because of the long-going process with a lot of uncertainties that, of course, people in the industry also felt really hard, that was also the fact in the local community, that people were like asking, okay, what is actually going to happen? When is it going to happen? So that was our main finding, really, that it should be more overall, more a national perspective on the process. How can the process be actually made more just for the local community with a better framework and more certainties what is going to happen? And also not having all the different consortiums in the competition going out to the island and some of them saying something, some of them not saying anything because not knowing what was going to happen, but having like a national framework for actually being sure that this process would also be okay for people at Utsira and the local community. So based on this research, we also made more going into the different kinds of justice connected to this kind of development process that can be related to all kind of renewable energy development, really. And it's possible to dive more into this in the report, also called People on Offshore Wind, or Folk om havvind in norsk, in our webpage. So, yeah, I know time is flying, so I will just also show you this, how we worked with school children at Utsira to see their perspectives on offshore wind and their future visions. And this really tells about a local community there where everyone is very much into what is going on with energy development and especially offshore wind. So the school children we met that were between 5th grade and 7th grade, they had been to a study trip to Karmøy, looking at large offshore wind turbines. So they were much more experts on the technical stuff connected to them than I probably will ever get. So when we asked them to draw, some were like drawing here on number 7. They were drawing all like the connections they saw for themselves inside of the wind turbine, like how this was connected up to the energy system. And others were thinking about the wildlife in the ocean. Others were drawing boats, like boats that they were thinking we could work someday at that boat, taking care of the offshore wind turbines. So again, this is giving like important perspectives of how not only us as researchers and the industry being very into what's going on, but also local communities are, and I think we should really find ways to involve people, both school children and others in a more democratic way in order to actually be able to develop as much renewable energy in our society as possible. So yeah, again showing how we worked with the children in a creative workshop. And then I want to show you this as well, that together with researchers in the research project CDOTS, led by SINTEF, we discovered that also there's a huge need of finding ways to communicate these findings that we have together with people and stakeholders, and using that knowledge together and making this kind of ethnographic portraits that is based on the qualitative data that we have to kind of just communicate better what are they really saying and how can that be used further. So now CDOTS, they want to use this kind of knowledge into their socio-ecological twin model, and it can also be used in other ways to really dig into how can we take what people in the local community say in a serious way and work with that. So I will not go into depth with all of this, but what we also saw looking through our data is that everyone from Edma, 12 years old, to Ivar, 71 years old, they're all talking about the importance of jobs. So when people at Utsira talk about what is like this tangible effects that they wanted to get back from the energy development at Utsira Nord, they were all thinking about jobs. Jobs for their neighbors, jobs for themselves, jobs for having, like Emma, a future possibility to come back to the island and live there as an adult. And for other people being more new at the island, coming as a refugee, this would also be having ideas of this could give relevant job opportunities of more, also for people more highly educated, that could be interesting. So, yeah, just wanted to show you that quickly. And I think why Thomas asked me to talk here today was because I wrote this article in Energy Watch, and that was after our study trip to Scotland this autumn. At Utsira we heard from people, working in the municipality and the industry, that, there are some good examples from Scotland. Like there they had examples of how they worked the offshore wind industry together with the fishery industry. So we thought, okay, we have to go there. And then I guess maybe some of you know already, but there have been like a lot of conflicts between the fisheries and the offshore wind industry. So we were like more, shocked, not of like having all the good examples, but more the difficulties and the feelings of both small fishermen and big fishermen, that they were not like feeling the good participatory process that we had heard about. And I think there are many reasons behind that, and we haven't had time or money to look into that in a deeper way, to do research. But it was through these talks with the fishermen at our study trip, and also the Scottish Fishermen Federation, that maybe have these takeaways. Like I could just really see like how not taking it serious what people think about, but also feel about, that could also be very devastating to the development of offshore wind in Norway. So I think, conflict delay more than dialogue, for sure. So more dialogue and really having the frameworks, both from the national level and from the industry, on how to work with people and local communities in a good way is really, really important to enable trust. So, yeah, you could also find this online, and I think that was what I want to share with you before lunch, and hope to talk to you later.
So, if there is a question or two, I have Tuka immediately. Go ahead.
Hi, Tuka Mäki. Thanks very much. I have two short questions, hopefully. The first one, you said that the locals are interested in jobs. What kind of jobs that would be? Do you know, can you say something about how feasible that is, that there would actually be job creation at Utsira? That's one. The second is I guess connected to the procedural justice you mentioned. So do the people actually have some kind of formal say into the project? So are they in a way somehow involved, or is it more like there are people coming to make some presentations and hearing what they say, but then it's a bit like up to them what they do with that input? No, thanks.
Yeah, I think, yeah, so in this competition run by the oil and gas department in Norway, that is very much on the national level and not on the regional or local level. So the municipality also at Utsira has felt very much as this really a tiny little brother that didn't have any say, and also in addition being almost like the little brother in between older brothers playing the ball in the region between Haugesund and Stavanger. And of course Haugesund and Stavanger is also looking into how can we get most jobs from this development, and that depends a lot on how it's going to be done in the end, because the different consortiums in the competition has had different ideas how that will be done, and different ideas where it will be put in land and so on. And for people at Utsira about jobs, I think it's relative what people think. If they think only, some people will say, oh, only if we got 2 new jobs, that would be something, you know, because that means 2 new citizens, inhabitants that will then maybe also bring a partner, maybe children, and then that can add a lot to a community of 200 people in the perspective of living on as a local community into the future. For the municipality, they had said we want 50 new jobs from this, and then not like saying exactly what kind of jobs. Other people are dreaming of like, yeah, okay, now maybe it's the possibility of jobs for me as a lawyer or economist or whatever that has landed on this island. Yeah.
Super. I think we need to break to eat food, don't we? I mean,
so important to eat.
Really
socially
interesting presentation. Thanks a lot. And grab on to Katja during lunch. And I think you'll stay after lunch.
Yeah, I will stay a bit.
Super. So thanks a lot to all the speakers. I'm getting a message on my ear that the door will be locked, so it's safe to leave your stuff here. And we convene in, at 1:30.
Nice presentation.
Adrian?
Hello, yeah.
I was
Close.
Welcome back everyone from the lunch. We have to get started. And in this session, this is a tradition we have, that we have a series of presentations from PhD candidates in the center. And alright, PhD candidates in the center. And we start with Nils Oskar Trønberg, who is a PhD candidate at NTRANS.
Thank you, Thomas. So yeah, I'll take you through some preliminary findings from a study that I have ongoing right now. So it's not done, but it will go a little bit over this debate that's ongoing in Norway right now about how we should perhaps start to prioritize our power use, given that, as we talked about today, the expansion of production has been quite slow, to say the least, in the recent years. And this is, how to say, instigated by this dual push for electrification, both in existing industries, stimulated by, higher CO2 tariffs and climate targets, and also this race to capture new industries, such as hydrogen, battery production, and most prominently right now, maybe data centers. And so you can say that this results in this explosion of power demand, which led Statnett to realize in 2022/2021 that our surplus could disappear within 5 years. Now this has been slightly adjusted down again, but it still exemplifies how we may reach a point where we don't have this massive surplus and low prices. And in the debates, you could say that this started the discourse around how we may have to shy away from this first comes, first served principle, exemplified in this article in MN24 for Trøndelag, how crypto, for example, siphoned a lot of power in the system. Then there was this that I'm sure a lot of you have heard about, where Nammo was quite harsh about this Green Mountains data center, again taking a lot of capacity that they wanted. So as kind of a countermeasure, this maturity criteria comes along, which is intended to, make sure that projects that can materialize fast can skip ahead in the queue. And the intention here, as Terje Osvald put it, was to give an upper hand to existing industries, as they're already existing, they're creating value, and they're creating jobs. But in practice, however, this principle may have actually favored data centers more than existing incumbents, as incumbents who maybe had to use new technologies were not, paradoxically, not as mature as, for example, data centers, which are mature, modular, and right now has an enormous demand and a willingness to pay. And from the system operator's side here, as exemplified in the Vestfold, it challenged the objectivity of the system operators with this new kind of criteria. How will you still give a fair and objective assessment of projects? That, and as Statnett talked about earlier today, that perhaps has been weeded out, these kind of challenges. Nevertheless, as she says, as a grid company, we cannot and will not prioritize between customers. We believe that is the politician's job as an elected official. So here we see kind of like the dividing of whose responsibility is to tackle this challenge. So that leads us towards prioritization. This challenge or in competition for access to power. And in Finland, this is exemplified by the county saying no to the electrification of the shelf after it's been approved. It's been led to chronicles from researchers in Finland, for example, saying we should not sponsor ongoing AI race because it uses too much power. And lastly, now, recently, Sofie Marek from RET saying that we should also not use power for data centers in AI. So in my case, I've looked at the region of NO3, or Trøndelag, which we can say is a region reaching its limits. You can see that production installed capacity is already below the current consumption, so it's reliant on importing electricity from the north of Norway and east of Sweden. And the insufficient grid infrastructure here kind of limits the potentiality to utilize power as efficiently as possible. And already in reserve capacity, you see that it's very high, and the reserve capacity queue is also very high compared to supply growth. So this has led, for example, Adulcom Intensio to say that we must dare to talk about what electricity should be used for, advising politicians and authorities to look more closely into this, which is where I come in my project, and it's, well, what does that mean? So through a series of 30 interviews with people from different sectors, from public sector and private sector and interest organizations, the bureaucracy in system operators, for example, I asked them this question, that if we were going from delivery obligation based on first come first served, what should we go through? So the research question here is basically whether, how, and towards what we should prioritize electricity for. And still, as I said, preliminary findings, but there are 4 stances that sort of have painted themselves out. That is, yes, we should prioritize power to existing industries, as these already create value and ensure employment. And we have to prioritize them in order to avoid offshoring these industries, as it can be very hard to bring them back. Then it's the other stance, of course, mind you that these are, possibly situated stances based on who you speak with. We should prioritize new industries and industrial parks, because now we have a window of opportunity to cement ourselves in the future green value chains. And then, of course, it's the more pragmatic approach, perhaps, or incumbent approach, where it's, no, we should not prioritize it, because that increases political steering, uncertainty, and introduces practical challenges for the system operators. And the respondents here also believe that criteria such as value creation and employment are very ambiguous metrics. So you should let the market instead decide, and also build up more production. As one respondent stated it, this whole discourse on prioritization is more of a reluctance to actually speak about how you should instead invest more in grid and power development. And then it's sort of the 4th, more, you could say, political answer, which is that, yes, we should prioritize, but this needs to be anchored in societal debates on what kind of societal development we want. Which, yeah, good luck, perhaps. It is, of course, feasible, as the NOU from Miljødirektoratet showed, something similar. And then if we look into the sectors here, it's near an anonymous agreement that data centers that are used for crypto or TikTok should not be prioritized, but that there is a big need for data centers for AI and digitalization. As for electrification of oil and gas, it's seen as necessary, and one of the measures where you actually cut emissions. But it can have large negative effects for the county as a whole, and then hurt existing industries, leading them to oppose it as short-sighted and damaging. And the last, hydrogen and ammonia was by some seen as quite unrealistic, and could alleviate pressure and uncertainty in the region, as these projects are cancelled. And as Daphne talked about, they are getting more strict with how they are starting to revoke their the power licenses. But others see it as kind of this industry which can, capitalize on, for example, bottlenecks in the grid. and then provide value. So yeah, these are the initial findings from my project, and I'm open to any questions. Or you can scan the QR code and send an email.
So we can do one question per presentation like this, I guess, if there is.
No questions. It's all crystal clear.
Yeah, so reach out to Nils during the next break and discuss this with them. And then we'll jump to the next presenter, which is Finlay Quinton. And things should be set up fairly soon. Also a PhD candidate at NTRANS. Go ahead.
This should, just took a second. Hey, everybody, my name is Finlay Quinton, and I might be a bit of a weird topic. Many of you people probably haven't heard too much about, but it's becoming more and more present these days. Just quickly about me, I have a background in physics. I studied at the University of Hamburg for my bachelor's, and then I moved to Toronto to NTNU for my master's, and then started along my master's work together with Pedro on quantum optimization, and one thing led to another. I started my PhD at IUT in February of this year. And the topic is mainly quantum optimization algorithms for applications in energy systems. And I'm closely collaborating both with the Fraunhofer Institute and also Sintef Digital here in Oslo. Optimization energy systems. So we have increasing demand in energy, and we're introducing more renewable energies into the power grid, which increases uncertainty and volatility. And even on the customer side, optimization is being a key tool and playing a key role in making decisions beforehand and optimizing the power grid, investments, and all kinds of different things. However, there are many computational problems where classical optimization is hitting its bottleneck, and we cannot solve these problems efficiently anymore, and we have to settle for approximations or suboptimal solutions, which means we waste financial asset, we waste energy, and also we increase carbon emissions by solving not to the optimality or go with highly reduced solution quality for these things. A few examples here of NP-hard problems, if you're familiar with complexity classes in the energy sector, is things like the unit commitment problem, optimal power flow, but especially also stochastic optimization problems, which computationally explode very quickly with the amount of scenarios which are considered. And one kind of promising technology that has come up to solve these problems now is so-called quantum computing or quantum optimization. Well, quantum computers have unique applications in other fields, like also in chemistry or biology or simulating physical systems. Optimization is one very promising field where increasing research has now begun. However, to just give you a current overview of the state of quantum computing, we have running working quantum computers. There are many different architectures. Many big companies are building, investing, to name some: Google, Amazon, IBM. They are all building different kinds of quantum computers and competing to try to figure out how to solve this on a hardware perspective. However, on the software side, there's still at least just as big of a gap in figuring out, okay, once we have these quantum computers at a large scale with good enough error rates, what can we actually do with them? And this is still a very open question, and it's very hard to answer because many of these formulations and designing these algorithms have to be especially customized to the problem at hand. So we really need to design and check what kind of problems can quantum computing actually help us solve. because they're not going to replace the typical classical computer. It's going to be niche applications, but there are quite a few in optimization. Some algorithms that have made some big headlines is, for example, Shor's algorithm, or Shor's is the algorithm that basically says that all our current encryption based on prime factoring basically can be solved in polynomial time on quantum computers. Thereby there's been huge initiatives to push or change all encryptors to so-called quantum-safe encryption methods. This is mainly what many people in cryptography are now working on, and making all your data safe in the future. And many people fear that some people might download your data now and encrypt later. So this is urgent because nobody really knows when we're going to have quantum computers that can run some of these algorithms. But even if it's in 5, 10 or 20 years, there are still secrets that you maybe don't want other people to know even in 10, 20 years. So although the quantum computers are still not large enough to compete in optimization for many problems, hardware has been constantly pushing and increasing in performance, and there's actually hardware is doing very well. But on the software side, there's a lot of work that has to be done, and this is basically where my PhD comes in, is finding out in the energy sector which problems can benefit from quantum optimization. How do we encode these specific problems onto a quantum computer? So you have to go back actually and build your logical gates and circuits as at the beginning of classical computation, and really encode your computations on a basically bit level. And then to figure out, shown here on the right, what kind of advantage for decision problems can we actually obtain by doing this in a quantum way. So there are some algorithms that might just give us a quadratic advantage that might be helpful. Other algorithms have been already theoretically proven to give us an exponential advantage, not just Shor's algorithm, which could increase the system size we can actually solve these systems with. And one key thing I'm focusing on is so-called quantum stochastic optimization, as we can encode the scenarios basically in this larger computational space of quantum computers and evaluate this in parallel, which classically we have to do one by one. While this, for stochastic optimization, this will not make our optimization in any way polynomial for stochastic. It might, but it will decrease the degree or how quickly these problems grow with input size of our problem. And a big part of my PhD is then benchmarking exactly these quantum algorithms for unique energy applications towards, against classical leading ways that are used currently in the energy sector. This basically in a nutshell on my hope you found it was interesting, and I'm open to any questions.
I think for time we just jump right ahead to next one is Kentaro Indo, also at NTNU. Go ahead.
Do you have a clicker? Can I use the clicker? Thank you. Okay, great. Yeah, so in this presentation I will talk about this little project I've been working on for a year now, that is creating energy demand scenarios for aviation. But it's not any old energy demand scenario, because those kind of exist out there. The strength of my project is that I'm going to add a bunch of technical details to get us insights into the technical feasibility, but also technical sensibility of different solutions for aviation. So the model I'm using is called AviTeam. It's developed at NTNU, and it gives us very high resolution data estimation on emissions and fuel use. So the data I've been using, it consists of around 36 million flights in 2019. And from this we can gain knowledge about exactly where, from where to where it's going, the energy demand, different emission species and whatnot. And we have this data at per minute resolution for all the flights. So I'm using this to go from a very simple air traffic scenario to a detailed energy demand scenario. So how does that look like? Well, so this is a very simplified graph to just ease us into this results. Because the future is uncertain, I'm creating a range of different scenarios for aviation to cover different socio-economic scenarios. So for instance, if the world is going all in on sustainability, maybe we get this green graph where demand is quite low. Maybe we are going all in on fossil fuels, then the demand will just skyrocket in the future. And we have some scenarios where regional rivalry will get into the way of aviation, or maybe inequality will get in the way of aviation. So I'm basing these scenarios based on social and economic factors. So these are very simple representation of the demands, but when we add some technical details, we can get a lot of interesting insights. So, the first thing that I want to focus your attention on is the difference between what the current aircrafts are covering of demand and what the future, the new aircrafts are covering. This is very relevant because, of course, the current aircraft, they can't suddenly just run on hydrogen or electricity. So we kind of have to wait for new aircraft to get into the market. So in the short term, we kind of have to deal with the aircraft that's already existing. And secondly, it's of course the flight distance, which is also very relevant for what kind of fuel choices we have. So here I am saying, I can put any number, but I've said the short distance flights are around 500 kilometers, and based on that, only 2% of the global energy demand is coming from short distance flights. Meaning also electrification will mostly be relevant for the short distance flights. Maybe it will go a little bit into the medium distance flights as well, but we can kind of see where we need to put our focus and prioritization when it comes to the different fuel choices. This is also a work in progress, so I will of course adjust these demands or these categorizations based on whatever should be accessible. And this is indeed the global demands, but I also have these demands for each country. That's how I calculated it. I just put everything together, but because I don't want to show 100 slides or 100 images in one slide. And also, I have also split this into 9 different aircraft categories. So we have a lot of hidden details here that I'm not showing because that would be too much cars. So that in itself can be very useful, but to further make it even more useful, I'm going to use these detailed energy demand scenarios into an integrated assessment model. This will give us, the model will calculate based on social, economic, and interaction between different sectors. For instance, aviation and shipping might compete for the same fuels, and also the resource availability in different regions will of course be very relevant as well. So all that we'll be able to, integrated assessment models will be able to take that into consideration. So that's what I've started with now. I'm starting with the global demand, but then I'm going into region-specific demand after a while, hopefully. There's a lot to say about the methods and assumptions, but I don't have time now, so I'm very happy to talk a bunch about it later. So for now, thank you for your attention.
Fantastic. To Kente for details in the break. Last but not least, we have Alireza Ayro, who is also at NTNU, who will talk about his project. Go ahead.
Hello everyone. I hope you're still awake after that Christmas lunch, and you have had enough caffeine after that. Okay, Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Reza Ajolu, a new PhD student at NTNU in the Department of Interdisciplinary Studies of Culture. I will be working in the regular project with Thomas and Gisle, and today I will try to walk you through my very super quickly my background and then about my project itself. So yeah, let's jump in. My journey started in 2016 when I had my bachelor's in urban planning and spatial analysis, and then after that I immediately started my master's in urban planning and policy design in Italy, which was more focused on interdisciplinary courses and socio-technical systems. During my master's, I participated in a couple of exchange programs, one in University of Amsterdam, which was more focused on GIS courses and spatial planning, and the second one in University of Stavanger, when I conducted my master's thesis about feasibility of positive energy district in Trondheim city center and Stavanger. So yeah, I came up to this project with a combination of urban planning, energy planning and simulations, SDS, GIS experiences, and so on. So I will try to incorporate most of them in my project. My project actually stems from this fact that we all know Norway is pushing, encouraging land-based industries and power-intensive sectors. No wonder that it will collide with a lot of plans, including land use planning, land use plans, protected areas, grid bottlenecks, legitimacy, local oppositions, and so on. So I will try to categorize all these national controversies first, try to see how they develop, and then visualize them especially to make it easier to decision makers, modelers, and all the involved actors to see where the problem actually comes from. So based on this research foundation and research gaps, I came up with these four main objectives. Starting from analyzing the key national policies and controversies and trying to come up with a clear typology of different controversies revolving around electrification, and then try to see how they develop, they escalate, and how they should be mediated. Then the next objective is to see how large-scale industrial electrification tries to interact with these kind of controversies, like conflicts in land use plans, indigenous rights, and so on. And the next objective is almost the same, but in smaller scale, focusing more on city-level electrification projects, including projects in Bergen, Trondheim, and Oslo. And through these two main objectives, I will try to fill the current literature gap, which is lacking from a mixed method combining more technical and modeling aspect of these controversies with more STS-oriented insights. And finally, I will try to translate all the insights and output of my research and provide some useful inputs for different energy system models, including effect times that we are already started our collaboration. And here we can see a few GIS examples that I have done for other projects that can be used in my own as well. Then we can have more deeper conversation about them after the presentation. So yeah, let me super quickly explain how I'm gonna approach it and how I'm gonna start in practice. First, we're gonna have, as I just said, two main nodes. Node A referring to more industrial electrification projects throughout Trondheim County, and then node B, which is urban electrification projects. Then we're going to have a set of potential candidate projects, and after this process I will go through an assessment process through which I will try to shortlist all these candidates to come up with one flagship project per node. So one industrial case, and then one per city. Immediately after this stage, I will go through this set of analysis that I call them core methods, including document analysis, conducting semi-ethnographic visits, having structured or semi-structured interviews, and then injecting a lot of geospatial and GIS-based analysis in order to have better understanding visually about the conflicts, and then trying to develop some collision table to rank the controversies in each project. So the main objective here is to, after conducting the first interviews and collision tables, I will try to see if there is any dominant tension in each project or not. If there is not, so I just stick to these core methods, but if there is some tensions or conflicts standing out of the crowd in each specific problem, I will then conduct more in deep and in detail analysis to have even better and deeper understanding about the main reasons and the output of these controversies. And in terms of expected outcomes, we're expecting to have both scientific and practical results. Scientifically speaking, we're gonna, of course, producing articles based on their main research objectives, and then, as I said, we will be trying to bridge the current literature gap by having a mixed method approach to combine more modeling and technical aspects with social technical perspectives. In terms of practical outputs, we will be trying to collaborate with our partners in order to provide some scenarios or some parameters for developing further their energy system model generators, and then coming up with some simple screening artifacts to other involved actors to see exactly where is the problem coming from. So, yeah, I guess that was the quickest way for me to introduce my project.
Thanks a lot. So now you're seeing snapshots into the stuff that PhDs do, and of course for Olavs, he might contact you for interviews, so be friendly and welcome to him. Thank you. All right. So thanks for everyone presenting, and now we will be shifting gears a little bit from the PhDs in the center. We are so lucky to be visited by Maria Biskov-Lindberg from Cicero, who will talk about sort of the link between the EU's energy regulations and what that means for Norwegian transitioning to net zero. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation to talk here today. So I'm going to present work that we did in a report published in May this year with the same title as my presentation for today. And the question of where EU is going in its climate and energy policy is as important as ever for Norway. Norway is closely connected to Europe through cooperation in the energy sector. And although it has been heavily debated among Norwegian politicians over the last decade, we are part of EU's energy policy through the European Economic Agreement, EEA. And the question of whether we should continue down this road or exit from EU energy market rules is a question which divides not only political parties in Norway, but Norwegian society as a whole. My talk today will focus primarily on electricity regulation, but this is also closely interlinked with renewable energy regulation and energy efficiency. EU energy regulation is a result of market liberalization, which took place during the 1990s, and the vision to create an internal market for energy. This happened very much in parallel with our own liberalization in Norway. And the overall objective of the EU was to ensure efficient trade both nationally and also between member states. So EU regulates the energy market through laws on different levels. On top you have the EU Treaty, which says that EU policy on energy shall aim to ensure the functioning of the market, ensure security of supply, promote energy efficiency and renewables, and also promote interconnection. And below the treaty there are policy packages for electricity, gas, renewables, and energy efficiency. And there has been a quite rapid development of energy and electricity regulation since the 1990s, and the development now, today, goes faster than before. We have new packages coming in a more rapid pace. And it started with the first energy market package in 1996, the second in 2003, and in 2009 the third package was adopted, which established ACER and aimed at strengthening the European cooperation. And this is also where Norway is at the current moment. We implemented the third package in 2018, and after that it has been highly controversial, as you probably all know. The Clean Energy Package, which was adopted in 2018 and 19, brought together the legislation on electricity regulation, renewables and energy efficiency, with the overall aim of accelerating the energy transition. And finally, the last policy package is a combination of the Fit for 55 and the electricity market design reform. And this was adopted after Ursula von der Leyen came into office and increased the climate target for 2030. And as I said, you have the treaty on top, there are directives and regulations in the middle, and below that you also have a set of network codes and guidelines, and below this again there are terms and methodologies. So it's a very comprehensive set of legislation. And just a few words about ACER, which is much debated in Norwegian society and public debate. ACER has a role on the lower level of European regulation. On the network code and guidelines, it can give guidance, and it's only on the lowest level here that ACER can make binding decisions in specific cases. So, the EU's regulatory framework is no longer only about competition, but it forms a framework to enable the transformation in all sectors, with the objective of achieving climate neutrality by 2050. And the governance regulation, which was introduced in it's part of the Clean Energy Package, has a coordinating role in this plan. It entails rules to ensure planning, monitoring and reporting of progress towards 2030 to ensure that the EU meets its 2030 targets. And the governance regulation also compensates for a lack of national binding targets. Because the EU now has binding targets on an EU-wide level, but no longer on the national level for renewable energy and energy efficiency. And the targets, the EU has adopted very ambitious climate targets. The 55% target for 2030, and along with this, the targets for renewable energy, energy efficiency, and also interconnections is part of this. And first, you had the targets for 2020, and the rationale for the EU to introduce a mix of targets was to help the EU achieve its overall climate target. And this approach with a mix of target has had considerable consequences, and we see that there has been a strong increase in clean energy in the EU since 2000. And this figure shows the combined shares of renewables and nuclear power in selected member states. And I think interesting here is also Germany, which has shut down its nuclear power plants and which is still increasing now its shares of clean energy. So, the electricity market reform, as I said earlier, was adopted in 2023 and 24. And with Russia's attack on Ukraine, energy prices skyrocketed in the EU in 2021. And it was the gas prices that increased, which caused high increases in electricity prices. And this sparked fierce debate in the EU about the functioning of the electricity market. And the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, herself said in a speech in 2022, "This market no longer works." And after that, the Commission was asked to prepare a legislative proposal for a market reform. However, when the proposal for the market reform was launched in March 23, it did not contain any fundamental changes to market design. And the marginal pricing is still kept as the main price-setting mechanism in the electricity markets. And there are some exemptions to this. Some member states were exempted some different rules, but this is still the main principles. So what does the electricity market reform do? It strengthens the possibility of long-term contracts and fixed price agreements in order to protect consumers for high prices. It entails some further development of market and operational solutions. Very important, support schemes for renewable energy are still allowed, and now they should be in the form of two-way contracts for difference, which should provide lower costs, lower total costs for the support system. And on flexibility, this is very important for integrating variable new renewables. And now member states are obliged to map their flexibility needs. They are supposed to specify indicative targets for non-fossil flexibility. And the EU also allows that member states can introduce support schemes for non-fossil flexibility. And finally, capacity mechanisms are still allowed, because in the clean energy package it was envisioned that this should be a temporary measure, but now it's it's introduced as something which is going to stay in the electricity market in Europe. And instead, the Commission is now trying to harmonize and streamline the design of capacity mechanisms, because member states are allowed to introduce very different rules for their capacity mechanisms. And although EU electricity regulation is becoming increasingly complex and decides on a very detailed level, there are still important elements that member states are allowed to decide for themselves. So the EU does not decide on all elements of the electricity market. For example, for networks and parts of the retail markets and renewable support and backup and taxes, national authority still decides. So, the important question, what does all this mean for Norway? As I said in the beginning, Norway participates in EU's internal energy market through the EEA agreement, and we have a huge backlog for implementing EU energy regulations. And now in January this year, the coalition government fell apart due to conflicts regarding EU energy policy. And as a result, you all know, the center party left the government, and we, Norway, has now implemented parts of the clean energy package, but it has excluded the legislation on electricity markets. So we have now implemented the Renewable Energy Directive, the Energy Efficiency Directive, the Energy Performance for Buildings Directive, but we still lack the market legislation and the clean energy package. We haven't started the discussions about Fit for 55 or the electricity market design reform. And the implications for Norway as to our current electricity trade with our neighboring countries are not that large today, because the rules are to a large degree harmonized. And Norway can also choose to implement the same rules as the EU has unilaterally. We can kind of do it without or outside the EEA. But there is a potential downside that the EU can react with negative measures because of our political choice of not implementing EU regulations. And one important implication is also that we have these very huge debates politically about, can we exit, can we just cut off the cables, can we steer our trade with neighboring countries in a different way. So the main takeaways about EU energy regulations in the current situation is that the EU continues to harmonize its electricity market regulations. It focuses much on deepening market integration. It wants more cross-border trade. And as part of this is also a discussion about European bidding zones, because this is not configured in an optimal way. And this is also a problem for more cross-border trade in EU today. And the EU market rules started with a focus to increase competition, and over the decades it has also become more oriented towards other objectives, including decarbonization and security of supply and risks preparedness. And with the new geopolitical tensions, combined with energy transition and the Russian war, we have seen higher and more variable prices and also increasing price differences in Europe. And with that, we have also seen that member states have introduced emergency interventions, measures, and more measures for consumer protection. This is also what we see in Norway with the Norgespris, Norwegian price, a huge topic. And just before the summer, the EU also revised its state aid guidelines and now allows for more state support. So I run out of time, but you can ask questions. Thank you so much.
And whoops, scary stuff. We are 5 minutes behind, but we have some flexibility in the program, so there is definitely time for questions, if there are any in the audience. But the European Union, if there are no immediate ones, I want to sneak in one. So this recent development with these tariffs on was it silicium, this metal stuff which caused a big stir last week. I'm just curious of how you sort of see these new dynamics affecting Norway's role to the EU moving forward.
So I read in the media that the negotiators that tried to find an agreement with the EU and to avoid the tariffs, they have said that this has nothing to do with our problematic relation with the EU in the energy policy. But I think it's quite clear that the EU is very discontent with how we operate in the energy sector as of today. And also this decision now of the Labour Party not to renew the cables to Denmark, for example, is also, yes, it's not very well received in our neighboring countries. So, but it's, I think, things to be followed, yeah.
Yeah, to link up on that, the Tutti Frutti coalition, as it's referred to, how do you see the implementation of the backlog moving forward? Is it just, will total hold on most of this now in the foreseeable future, or do you see any developments?
Well, the Labour Party, AP, Arbeiderpartiet, Social Democrats, they have said that they will not touch the electricity market legislation in this current legislative period. So I don't think that they will move in this question. And this will certainly increase the backlog quite a lot. But SP, the previous coalition partner, they have said very clearly that they did not want to take the clean energy package at all. Nothing of it. So, and I think there is quite a strong tendency in Norwegian society to kind of withdraw or change the energy cooperation. Yeah. So, yeah, and also because FRP on the other side, they are also very, very critical about the EU cooperation. So I think it's really one of the biggest political, what can you say, problems of Norwegian politics today. At least a very big one, yeah.
Okay, super. So I think we have to continue the discussion in the break afterwards. Then we are moving to Naturvernforbundet, what's the English word? Nature Conservation Society. With Kaja, who will talk about electrifying without destroying nature, question mark. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now? No, it's okay? Yeah, great. Perfect. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this event. My name is Kaja Bøye-Buksrud. I speak on behalf of the Norwegian Society for the Conservation of Nature, or Naturvernforbundet, for those of you who already know us. For those of you who don't know us that well, I will say a little bit about us to begin with. We are the oldest and largest environmental organization in Norway. We're membership-based and nationwide. We have more than 100 local chapters all over the country. So this is a bit about our mission statement. We strive to protect nature and the environment in such a way that human activity does not exceed the carrying capacity of nature. So we work on a very wide range of topics, and one of them is renewable energy. So to make that clear, we have a clear position that we need more renewable energy to meet the needs of the energy transition, and fossil fuels should be replaced by renewable energy wherever possible. But at the same time, nature in Norway is under pressure, and we see the same trend in the rest of Europe and on a global scale. I'm sure many of you have seen this reporting from earlier this year. There was a work of a lot of European journalists based on reporting that we have previously done here in Norway by NRK. That shows how European nature is being built down bit by bit, and and removes approximately 1,500 square kilometers every year, and the majority of it is nature. And according to the Environmental Directorate here in Norway, the biggest driver of loss of intact nature is energy infrastructure. So when you look at loss of nature in total, it's housing and roads. But when you look at the so-called ELON areas, those are like natural areas that are located 1 kilometer at least away from existing infrastructure, then energy infrastructure is the main driver. And this is important because then you have like this fragmentation of the landscape, and a lot of species are very dependent on having these large continuous landscapes to survive. And this is a major issue that a lot of people care about. I'm sure you already know very well. The Renewables Norway, the association for businesses that work on renewable energy, show in their own surveys that their main concern among people when it comes to building energy infrastructure in nature is biodiversity. And it also shows that people would be more supportive of projects if they took more care of nature in the construction. But I don't want to be too critical today. I will talk more about the solutions. So let me show you a little bit how we think about solutions in NTRANS. Maybe you have seen this framework before. This is the Avoid, Shift, Improve framework. This was a large part of the Klimautvalget 2050 report, which was a government-appointed expert committee that showed how we can reach a low-emission society by 2050. And one of their key insights was that we must rediscover resource scarcity. So we can start with the first solution, which is to avoid. Wherever possible, we should avoid building more, because the most sustainable energy is the energy we don't use. So this means first and foremost greatly increasing energy efficiency. We need to treat energy efficiency as the first fuel. We also need to ask ourselves how much growth in electricity demand is justified. Avoiding unnecessary demand should be the foundation of any credible climate and energy policy. We need to prevent consumption growth from cancelling out the gains of building more renewable energy. And I think this is typically the key counter-argument that a lot of people need when they talk about that we need to build more renewable energy. That is not actually an energy transition, it's an energy addition. So for the sake of legitimacy for energy projects, I think this is something we all truly need to consider. It's hard to argue for more wind turbines when there is still a lot of potential in managing demand and releasing more potential in energy efficiency. So here's an example for the first strategy. This is also from the Environmental Directive. This is a figure that shows two different scenarios for the development of the transport sector in Norway. Where the first one, this is like the estimated growth scenario, and the second scenario is where we don't see any growth. And here we can spare a lot of energy if we manage to pull the brakes. But when demand cannot be avoided, we must shift it towards solutions that use less land, less nature, and few resources. So this means, for instance, direct electrification, where it is the most efficient pathway, and using energy carriers like biogas and district heating and waste heat. And crucially, when it comes to constructing renewable energy, is that we need to consider the localization more. This means avoiding no-go areas, such as undisturbed landscapes and wetlands. And we should prioritize using zones that are already affected by human activity, such as the so-called grey areas, industrial sites, parking areas. This significantly reduces the pressure on intact nature. So we should build where nature is already burdened and not in the undisturbed landscapes. But there will always be some cases that cannot be avoided or shifted, and in those cases we should instead aim to improve. That involves strict environmental criteria for new renewable energy projects and high standards for biodiversity protection. We should use more cumulative impact assessments and consider the localization more. So this gives us a pretty clear hierarchy. We first reduce demand, then change how we meet remaining needs, and only as a last resort we build new infrastructure. And this is how we can electrify without destroying nature. So electrification and nature protection are not two competing goals, but they're mutually dependent. And the green transition is not undermined biodiversity and ecosystems, because then we're not really solving the climate crisis, we're just worsening the nature crisis. Yes, thank you. If you want to know more about us and about our political stances, you can check out our work program, the principal program, and also guides on wind power and solar power.
And there is also here time for questions and comments. We have Tuka immediately with his hand in the air.
Thanks a lot, Tuka Mäki from SINTEF. I was wondering your reflections on offshore wind power, and I guess that's often, I guess the idea has been that there was all this backlash on onshore wind power, so that offshore wind power became a bit more, but now that we heard an earlier presentation that, of course, that's not so straightforward as well. So do you have any reflection on this kind of onshore versus offshore wind power, and what are the kind of the impacts and perceived impacts as well, I guess, and yeah.
Yeah, I can answer about offshore winds. The signals I'm getting from our members or volunteers that are very engaged in energy, they seem to be typically a lot more open to offshore than onshore. Especially floating, and especially when it's far away from the coast, then it's possible to do without damaging biodiversity too much. So I definitely see a larger openness towards offshore wind among our members. But should we say that we don't have any general stance against any type of technology. We don't have any general stance against onshore wind either. It's just that a lot of the projects that we see are quite problematic, so they need a lot of assistance. But I also think that we've moved a lot since 2019 when we had the problem with the Nasjonal ramme for vindkraft. And I hope that we can learn from those mistakes and not repeat them when it comes to solar and when it comes to offshore winds. I think that's possible.
There is a wing up here who's really eager, so we can collect 2 questions.
I actually don't have a question, I have just a comment. I want to applaud you for being so super clear. I think it's great. And also for being pragmatic. Because compared with certain other organizations that are very vocal in this debate, you show this kind of pragmatism, but also with some very clear sort of values that you think are important, so keep it up.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. My question is, so this idea of avoiding new demand as a first principle, it also requires some ideas about what should be prioritized. So what kind of industries, what kind of core tasks of society should be kind of granted access to energy and should be part of the economy. So I was wondering whether you also have some ideas then about what should be these prioritized areas for kind of societal development and transition. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, like on the organization level, this is a topic that engages a lot. A lot of people, they don't like the idea that we have to give out energy to anything that comes along. Which I think reflects very much the mainstream sentiment about the whole problem. But the problem is that we all agree that like the current system is not ideal, but it's so hard to imagine a better alternative. And we kind of struggle a little bit with the same issue. Like we would like to prioritize new energy to green projects, but even there it's difficult to see how to pick those. So we don't really get into the specifics too much. Yeah.
Okay, so that's to be continued, I guess, and also something that is possible to research and to think further along alongside different actors. All right, I see no more hands. So thanks a lot. This was really great. Item on the agenda is a break, and I think we'll do the full 15 minutes, which takes us to what is 37 plus 15? No one else? We'll be back in 15 minutes. To sit down okay, so we were moving now into a session. We heard mention of the NTRANS scenarios earlier today, and we're now moving into a session where we will hear more about the NTRANS scenarios. Don't make me push my button. We have 3 speakers, I think. I'm not quite sure, but you guys have half an hour.
We have 3 speakers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Kari Espegran.
Yeah, thank you very much. The first part of the presentation will be done by me then. I'm Kari from Institute for Energy Technology, IFE. But we have sort of 4 parts of this presentation, this first part about the NTRANS pathway and electrification in the different NTRANS pathways. And then the second part will be presented by Stefan. That's a new work, or ongoing work actually, on linking power system model with the energy system model. We have at IFE with the SINTEF model to see how that impacts future electricity prices and also the income of the power producers. And then Pernille will sum up with some sort of political challenges that we face in this transition. And finally, we are open for comments and questions, of course. Yeah. So, what influences the future consumption of electricity? That is a lot of different sort of things that influences, and they have sort of different importance, but at least the population growth is important. The way we live and the lifestyles we have is very important. Economic growth, industrial growth or industrial development are important. Technology development, what kind of technologies we will use and how we use them are important. Energy prices and availability of energy sources is important, as well as energy and climate policies has a huge impact. And since there are so many things that impact and have an influence on future electricity consumption, how is it possible to say anything about it? Is it possible? Well, it is hard, but sort of that is a reason why we do scenarios. But first, before, and we had sort of a presentation from NVE about this for Europe, but I have this all back to 1950s to see how has the electricity consumption evolved since the 1950s in Norway. And as we can see, we have 10-year steps for the first period and then annual data. And this is statistics. I'm sorry for, I assume most of you read Norwegian. Yeah. And as you can see, the electricity consumption has been rather constant the last 15 years at least. So is there any reason that we should have this huge increase in electricity consumption in the future? Well, I can see at least 3 reasons. The first one is that we shall achieve our climate goals. Approximately half of the energy used in Norway today is fossils. So if we are going to reduce the fossil share, we have to use more electricity. So we have to decarbonize transport and industry specifically, and that requires electricity. Either we use it directly or we use electricity to produce other fuels. The other reason, and then another sort of challenge, is that we do not build much new power production. And that has many reasons. Naturvernforbundet mentioned a few of them. There are a lot of conflicts related to nature. We have other reasons related to capital. there are a lot of sort of, and also the uncertainty about electricity prices in the future. Yeah. And a second or a third reason that we need to discuss, and which has also been mentioned today, is the low focus on energy efficiency. Because we could have done and released a lot of sort of electricity for other purposes if we focused more on implementing energy efficient measures. But then if we go to these 4 NTRANS transition pathways or scenarios that we have developed, some of you are very familiar with them, and for some of you this is perhaps a little bit more new. But we have at least developed 4 scenarios with sort of we have 2 different axes, one on societal change and one on technology change. And the 4 scenarios comes with sort of different assumptions related to activity level in the different sectors. It comes with different assumptions on technology and also potential for new power production. And this is what sort of most important for what we are going to talk about today, that in some of these scenarios, for instance, the technology substitution pathway, which is also most optimistic on technology but low on societal change, we have a huge potential for new power production. We allow for both onshore and offshore wind, and we allow for radical connection from the offshore wind, and we also allow for new transmission capacity. While in the other scenarios, we have low or medium potential for these new technologies. So that is sort of, in that way they vary. And they also comes with different challenges and opportunities. I don't have much time to dive into this, but some of these challenges have been mentioned today. And of course, for the technology substitution, if you allow for a lot of new power production, we will have conflicts related to area and nature. However, on with the 2 scenarios with high societal change, they will have other types of conflicts, because there we assume that we will have different lifestyles. The focus will be sort of perhaps more on, not so much on economic growth, but more on the way we live, with long distance to both on services and goods, so we will sort of live different. So that comes also with some challenges. And what we have done is that we have analyzed these 4 NTRANS scenarios, both sort of in a socio-technical and techno-economic way, and it's documented in different reports. And I've also included this energiomstilling under press. It's an analysis of the political parties in Norway that we have done in the same way, and that we had presented in Arendalsuka earlier this year. If you see this, how the electricity use in the different NTRANS scenarios vary, we can see that for the one scenario with social, oops, that was not my intention, sorry. With one of the scenarios, the social, with social, high on societal change and low on technology change, we have sort of a decline or almost stable electricity demand in the future, while the other have some growth, and the growth comes specifically in hydrogen, which is, and that can be debated, but at least we need some new fuel and some new feedstock for industry and fuel for transport to decarbonize sectors that are hard to decarbonize. So here we see how the electricity demand in the 4 entrance scenarios varies, and it's really a huge difference. However, the difference isn't too big if you look at what others also do, because there are a lot of actors that do this. The difference between some of these are that not all of these are low carbon transitions. Some are, and also one big difference is that we are open with all the assumptions that lie behind our analysis, which is not the case with most of the other studies. But what we see is that it's very uncertain how much electricity we will use. It's also then about decisions. What decisions we take today has an impact on how much electricity we use tomorrow or in the future. So that is important to notice. And if you look at what the Miljødirektoratet says, we need at least 43 terawatt hours in 2035 of new electricity power production to decarbonize the way we need to do to reach our climate goals towards 2030. And then if you look at what the political parties say, we have also, as I mentioned, we have analyzed what, and this is sort of the result of our analysis when we have discussed with them and made an analysis. So the 2 political parties that gives the highest electricity consumption in Norway in 2050 is Venstre and KrF, followed by Høyre, Senterpartiet and Arbeiderpartiet. Fremskrittspartiet, MDG, SV and Rødt are those with the lowest electricity demand. And that has a lot of different reasons behind, I can say. So they don't, not at all have the same policy, because FrP, they have a very low CO2 tax, which means that they have a lot of fossils still in the energy mix. While MDG, for instance, and Rødt have policies towards lower transport demand and less energy use. They are a lot focused on energy savings. So there are different reasons why they end up like this, but this is sort of the outcome of the analysis. Then I will give the word to Stefan.
Yes. As Kara said, my name is Stefan, research manager at Scandic Energy. I'm now presenting a work which we are doing together, especially with Eva, has been presented on a conference, or preliminary results in the conference in summer. But it's still work in progress, so it's not really final results yet, but there's quite some interesting insights. What we try to do is a so-called mapping of the scenarios then to the electricity sector. Don't go through all of the motivation, but as we see, there's quite throughout scenarios which are developed, quantified, giving potential pathways for the energy transition. And the question now what we are asked, okay, if we have it on the energy system, how does it here look then on a specific sector if we take into account more details in that? And there's some question coming up, are the investments there robust, economically robust, further insights in the power system models, also the question especially around value of flexibility from hydropower and further. To do that, we have a quite big framework, not going through that, but in the main point using the scenarios from EFA Times and then coupling it to our power system model called FANCY. And there's a reference on the paper where it's explained a bit more. What I want to do is just give you a bit of the method, what is done, and this is what's important to understand also the results. So what I've shown on top here is that's what we see now from EFA analysis with the Times model energy system. analysis, which are somewhat a optimization or long-term dynamic analysis with endogenous investments in the optimization, giving a optimal system over this time span. And what we do is then we take a snapshot in 2030 and in 2050 and do then run a sector analysis on a static system. That means we don't allow investments into optimization, but we run it for quite a number of weather scenarios to also especially look on the variability of wind power, on inflow and so on, to understand actually the value of the flexibility then. And then also, here I'm not going through all of that, but the main point is here then what quoted production from different sources, offshore wind, onshore wind and solar, hydro, and the demand. What we see that is we managed to get it quite consistent between the models. That's not that easy, but we managed that. And then the other point is that, of course, in some of the scenarios, SOC Tech also there's it's quite sketchy scenarios actually when you take it into a power system model. So jumping, I think I also jumped over that, but to some results. What we get then, an overview here on the areas which are included in the power market model. It's some more areas than what we have price areas in Norway, but that depends a bit on the water courses which are included. What we see is there's quite some differences in the resulting price. What we see in here for 2030, which somewhat depends mainly on the balance between production and consumption. And also, as said again, that's work in progress, so that's not the final conclusion, but some indication how different that could be based on these scenarios. And then if you look then on 2050, one thing you need to take into account that the axis, the color actually changes. That's much lower than in 2030. So prices drop quite significantly. And then we see also, especially in this hard and soft, prices crash nearly to zero when we do decoupling. And there, especially there, I think we need to go even further into to understand where these come or where this comes from. And then also quite a lot of information in the figures. But what we also know is that to take out the what we call the capture price. Means capture price is the price which the different production technologies achieve when they are operating in the power market. Means what we have is somewhat a annual or average annual price, where we just take the power price, take the average over the whole years, while the capture price is somewhat, if you have flexibility as a hydropower producer, you produce more and prices are high than are low, while opposite for wind power, then you can achieve a capture price which is higher or lower than the actual average spot price, and that indicates somewhat the value of flexibility of a production unit. Main point what we see here is that one thing, that capture prices for wind power are somewhat lower than for hydropower, and then especially if we go into 2050, that actually capture prices for wind power crash, and then also for some of in some of the scenarios for hydropower. And that means that seeing these results, investments are actually won't happen if we take that, and that gives somewhat a bit of a challenge where we do the mapping from the energy system to the power system model to understand, okay, is that actually the investments you see in the energy system models, are they or how could they actually achieve them if you look on from a power market perspective. And then one of the main cases there also taken with me is the called it special case offshore wind. And here, that's some of the where we see quite some significant differences taken out there for 2050, where we have in all of the scenarios investment in survey and offshore, and in some of the scenarios we have also investments in the other offshore wind areas. A bit of the background here is on the one side that what we got from the energy systems analysis, especially on Norway, there is a forced in offshore wind due to the description of the scenarios. But what we see is then taking here the duration curve of the production, that there's quite actually a significant curtailment of production. So that again is questions actually how profitable would this offshore wind assets be from a power market perspective. And as said, with the progress we need to go further into. And then the other big difference here in this for solar Norway is if radial connections are required or if hybrid connections are allowed. Where you see that in this tech and ink, you can have hybrid connections, and these allow that, I would say that offshore wind is profitable in these cases. So you see that it gives quite a bit more insights. And then just to sum up also some of the insights, so on a general level, first thing is that it's not just straightforward to take an energy system model and cover it or take the results, put them into a power market model, and then it's fine, but you need actually quite some iteration and also bidirectional exchange of data between the models and tuning so that you get first a consistent production, but then also consistent results. And also, this work, it's not the first time we're doing that. In this work, I think it's the fifth time we're learning, but it's, I think the main difference here is that we are not just using a scenario where you have growing electricity demand, but also these sketchy scenarios where you have the top, and that's actually going down. And that's, I think there is more to do and more to understand. We see quite some consistencies, and then we also think the main point is then also, or especially for the Nordic system, to represent the variability and uncertainty is quite important to also understand the profitability of assets. Yeah, and then a bit more on this, or general on the coupling, and a bit more on the electricity specific sector results. So we have seen significant differences now on the price outcomes, and I think there is still some iterations necessary. And then, as said before, this low capture price, I mean, they are based, of course, there is cannibalization if you don't have the possibility with these hybrid connections. Prices crash quite far. And then, if the hybrid connection in the tech scenario does that, you actually achieve a much higher capture price. And then the other point is also then bit from our also perspective from the hydropower, we see a quite significant flexibility or value of flexibility in 2030, but also 2050. And I think we have also seen that in times, but there especially also on the recovery, we needed to do some restriction of how much you could invest, especially due to also natural restrictions that are in the hydropower. Yeah, and then the last point, as said before, main challenge is especially, it's not this tech scenario which is somewhat quite okay to couple, but the scenarios which are a bit more sketchy where you don't have this, or where you don't have the big increase of the electricity demand to the future, or even a degrowth in the sector. Yes, and then send the words to Pamela.
So I will use 3 minutes to sum up. The axis on the pathways were technical and societal change, but a main insight is that we need both technical change and societal change to succeed in reaching our climate targets. Technology cannot solve it all, and neither can societal change. And we acknowledge, and it's mentioned by several today, if we lower demand through energy efficiency, use of surplus heat, more local solutions, we can lower the need for new renewable generation. It seems like something easy to solve, but in real life this seems like a main challenge. And our results also emphasize that if there is a wish for a large industrial growth in Norway, there is a need for also large-scale renewable generation. So here energy efficiency is not enough. So based on these presentations, I have summarized some key political challenges. We must remember that an increased electricity demand is not the final goal. It's the societies we want to live in the future and where we want to be. And a society that's resilient and sustainable can look very different and have very different levels of electricity demand. But what Stefan showed is that different demands can have major impacts on future electricity prices and distributional effects. If we have lower demands, we get lower prices that favors industry and the households. If we have higher demand, we have higher prices that also favors power producers, right? And there is a challenge related to making decisions today because they will last a long time. For example, you could say a wind farm will last 25 years, but probably it will also be reinvested in, so it will last for 50 years. So the decisions we do today will have a major impact on the energy system in many decades ahead. And it's not easy to take decisions, these long-term decisions, because they're exposed to a high degree of uncertainty. And I've also heard it by several today, electricity is a scarce resource, both because it requires land use, nature impact, it has nature impacts, but also because it uses materials that's mined and is limited. And there is therefore a political challenge. How should we prioritize this scarce resource? And how should we stop wasting it? So this was just to start up the debate or panel discussions that we'll have later on, but we are also open for questions for the scenario work in general. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought you wanted to take the questions yourself, but I can, there is time for some questions before we dig into the sort of hammer of them. So long way to get it shortly. Questions, comments to this scenario, pathways, activities, thinking from the audience? Gisle has a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. My question is for the second point, the second bullet point. So that depends, right, on how you define this concept of resilient and sustainable. So maybe you could say a few words about that and if it can be achieved with different energy demands.
Yeah. Maybe Kari and Stefan can also help, but it's about having the main objective is not to consume, it's to have good lives in the end. And that can be achieved by different ways. But what is a good life? I think there are different opinions on that. And maybe it's worth further research.
The point, in the beginning, the question, how do you define resilient and sustainable, or what do we actually expect from it? On the one side, but then also on the other side, I mean, it's depending on the technology development. Also, I mean, it's you can achieve some of the same. I think you can achieve the same objective, but then we need to have a different system for that. I mean, and then the point is, if you electrify everything, or if you have a quite significant share of hydrogen on the end. I mean, it's some different alternatives, but probably will somewhat achieve some same objective.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have two questions. One is, what are your assumptions about the European price? Because Strømprisutvalget, they were very clear that the price in Norway is dependent on the national power balance, but also the European price. And the second question about the large cannibalization effects. Do you think there is any chance that introducing more batteries or local flexibility in the Norwegian system could mitigate those effects? Thank you.
The assumption on the price there, or if you look at the energy system.
For energy systems analysis, then we have used NVE prices for Europe. There are two different price. So we have, but we have. I think we have used the one without CCS in the mix. Do you remember, Perla? I think so, yeah. But we have based it on NVE's analysis, import prices to Norway from Europe.
I mean, the point for the power market analysis we have done was that we used the same XOR price around. So it's the only change is actually there in the modeling is the changes done in Norway. The rest is the same around, so that you have a comparison. And I mean, of course, it has a consequence on the price level, but you can somewhat compare the scenarios, right? What was the other question? Cannibalization. I mean, the point will be quite clear. If you don't have the hybrid connections, there is cannibalization, and it's not just offshore, but it's also offshore, onshore. And I mean, to achieve that, you probably would need to some type of support then, so that it's that you would get these investments. Otherwise, I think, or as you see it now, that wouldn't happen in some of the scenarios at least. And I think that's important, it's important to understand. And then if we haven't. Or the points that we saw, the value of flexibility of hydropower, we haven't really gone into further storage technologies. But the point is that if actually power is enough, I would expect you need some more long-term storage in addition to actually balance the system in production.
All right. Still a chance. If anyone is burning, you have a burning question. Then let's do the burning question, and then let's get ready for a little bit of debate afterwards.
This is about power prices. It seems like the power prices that you calculate, Stefan, is somewhat below the levelized cost of energy of offshore wind. So the taxpayers need to step in somehow.
So, but the way, I think that's also, or that's some of the interesting also points, especially here when as said, we have done not only analysis of scenarios where you have growth of electricity all the time. I think that's also what you showed, that all the other scenarios from all other actors, they are growing somewhat more or less, but they are growing. And I think especially there to actually look, okay, I mean, that's what we've seen from Equinor before today. There is an expectation of a reduced electricity demand. How would a investor react on feeling, okay, you could profit now, but not in 15 years? So I mean, that's something that needs to be understood a bit better, I think. And then, of course, to actually get it, the taxpayer will need to step in. If it's like the system as it's now.
And that is what the taxpayers actually are doing, is it?
At least for the first...
For the first part of the offshore wind, so...
Okay, but thanks to the three of you, this was very interesting. Another round of applause. Okay, so then we have the final item on the agenda, and I just need to bring some notes. So I probably told many of you guys earlier this day that we had a great panel of politicians planned here, but we are so cutting edge and contemporary that state budget planning directly interacts with and interferes with our program. So our politicians, they're probably sleeping today after last night, I don't know, but they couldn't join us today. So we have spent a little bit of last night and lunch putting together a great panel that I'm sure will be just as interesting as the politicians, because we have so many wonderful voices here. So if we could just have the panelists, you know who you are. So I think then from my perspective, okay, this has been a really great long day. We have spent a full day of discussing electrification. We learned from Olavs this morning that we're in the middle of an S-curve where sector systems and society is sort of changing rapidly at the same time. We heard from NVE that there is power missing. We heard about various ways of interpreting the Q from Statnett, various Qs. And we heard from different sectors, you know, road, maritime, aviation, petroleum. These are very different sectors, but they share sort of political, economic, technical, practical, socio-cultural challenges. Then we heard a bit about regions, regional challenges. There's sort of challenges within the regions, there are competitions between the regions. And then we were reminded to not only think about these large plans, but to remember everyday life, trust, daily practices, these sorts of things. We learned about the EU, and we learned about nature-friendly pathways to electrification. So where electrification goes hand in hand with avoiding and reducing demand. And then finally, the big question, what is a good society and what is sustainability? And to help us sort of make sense of all of this, we have Sine Morsnes from Equinor, we have Tina Saltvedt from Nordea, we have Maria Byssen, Cicero, we have Agne Holmseth, private person, but also in Motvin, and we have Even Bjørnstad, Enova. So I want to just ask you guys first if you can start by a sort of 2-minute reflection on the sorts of questions that we have discussed here from your perspective. And we can do this in the order that I just said. So if you can begin, Simon, with some thoughts from your side.
Yeah, it's working. That's great. Now, again, reflections based on what I've heard today. The future is definitely uncertain, and the value of scenario thinking is definitely high. One of the important scenarios was shown to us by NVE today on their prediction on the future energy mix. One thing I will reflect on is the relative change. I mean, we see that there is a new kid on the block with regards to being the fastest growing consumer, and that is data centers taking over hydrogen, I would say, as the growing star. That had a very practical outcome yesterday. Yesterday, BP announced that they were stopping a blue hydrogen project in the Humber region.
direct reason was that they were outcompeted on this land from a data center. And this, and remember, in the society as it's developing now, data centers is actually critical infrastructure for society, and that was also one of the, call it arguments used. Yeah, I think I will stop there, and we'll see what reflections the other have.
Super. So Tina, you represent the sector we haven't heard from today. How does the world look from your side?
Hello everyone, it's very nice to be here. I represent the financial sector, and I must say it has been great to listen to you all, because these are exactly the questions we are trying to look into every day. How much power do we need, what kind of prices do we have, and exactly how do we incorporate climate and nature risk within the decision-making processes. And it's not an easy task to do this in the right way. And of course, what we're trying to learn is, well, we have started with climate and we've been working on these questions for a while. And then we have learned as well that we cannot see climate separately. We need to see climate together with nature and also social questions coming up at the same time. So how do all of these questions, how do they have an impact on each other, and how could that have an impact on what kind of choices we do? Because of course choices, trust is something we talk very much about, so believe it or not, within the financial sector, because we need to trust the decisions, we need to trust the decision makers, and of course long-term planning is very important. Because when we look at projects, you do not want to have too many changes of the framework within the time of this project is going to develop. So long-term openness, transparency are of course important factors. Yes, I just think now what I think I will do as you. I think I'll stop there and rather come into the discussion.
All right, then we'll pick it up. Thanks a lot. So, Maria, I mean, you're researching this from various angles, and we've heard so many perspectives here today. What's your take on this?
Well, we have seen that there are different transition pathways and there are different possible futures, but I think a lesson for Norway is that we lack, to some extent, a more comprehensive plan and a vision for how we are going to achieve our climate targets, and also should we have some we have some targets. We have a target for solar energy adopted by the Norwegian Parliament, which we are now not going to reach. We have a target for energy efficiency, which we are also not in line to achieve. So I think I would support what Tina said is we need stable framework conditions, but we also need to ensure that we have the measures in place to actually achieve the targets that we have set. And I think this is a strength of the EU regulatory framework, that they really have this comprehensive set of legislation and they have follow-up processes to also to see how far are we and what is lacking.
Fantastic. So, Anne, you are a first-time visitor at our conference, and we're super happy to have you, of course. What is your take on the discussions we've had today?
Well, thank you for asking me to participate. As you mentioned, I've been working a lot with Motvind in Norway. I'm not representing them now, but I'm just myself. But Montenegro is an organization that had grown from nothing to 24,000 paying members in 6 years. And that's my work there is based on my personal views. I will give you 2 points. We have heard about the EU's energy system that we are growing more gradually, more and more into. At the same time, we see that in Europe, the EU's energy market system is going to be a catastrophe for the European industry, because the big amount of solar and wind energy it then needs some balancing in energy, so they have to do a double system. The more solar and wind you have, the more balancing energy you do have, and you have to pay for both. So the European energy prices is world high, and the result of that is that a big part of the EU's industry is leaving Europe, is closed down, or leaving Europe for US and the Middle East and China. And I don't think it's a good idea for Norway to integrate even more in the EU system. It's catastrophic for us. That's one thing. And the other point I would like to make is that connected to the data center industry. And what we see in the United States is that the big tech parties that will build this data center industry, what will they do? Well, they do what we have mainly not heard about today: nuclear power. The only presentation that mentioned this really today was Statnett. It mentions that they are looking into this nuclear power now. They showed a map with 2 locations, especially in southern Norway and in middle Norway. And my telephone down there is bringing my, it's disturbing me. But in nuclear, the Statnett's report that was mentioned here is had 10 sides, 10 pages about nuclear power. So nuclear power is the elephant in the room of this conference. So why don't we have more about nuclear power? That is the solution, even in Norway. The first product will probably be this start in January, the post guarantee from the minister. And there are 10 projects in Norway that is launched, and we hear nothing about this. So this is a challenge also to the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. So finally then, Even Bjørnstad, you sort of represent the authority who will implement the technologies, or make them be implemented, I guess. Your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, it's been very interesting to watch this conference, where we have a deep dive into the research on energy transition. But I would like to take a step back and try to reflect, as you asked me to, about the bigger picture. And there is, in this room there's a lot of scientists, so I think we could say that we agree that we have a nature and climate crisis. Even though that is beginning to be disputed in some circles, I think we can say that is where we are at the moment. But there is no real sense of urgency in getting this transition really going from a political and societal level. That's one reflection that I feel is relevant. The international order is changing, possibly dramatically, and we also see that the interest for green financing till now is the pendulum is turning back a little bit from where it used to be. So there are many challenges relating to this energy and climate transition. And also, I would like to follow up on your point that do we know what are we transitioning to? We don't have a real clear image or a picture of the future, where we are going with the transition. And also, as Kari showed, that there are a lot of the possible futures are very wide fan of outcomes. And in this picture, I think another elephant in the room is, do we have an alternative to the growth economy, which is in a way the framework for this transition, which is also driving it, but also posing big challenges. The second reflection is, as a policymaker, of course, electrification and all the technologies we're talking about today are an important part of the energy transition. And in Enova, we try to look at least the low-hanging fruits, supporting transportation, industry, and the sectors where we have a need to decarbonize. We also think that hydrogen and carbon handling probably will be needed in this transition. But on the other hand, we also know that the green renewable energy technologies have a big material footprint. And as the representative from Naturvernforbundet said, that so far, at least on a global scale, the renewable energy is just an energy addition and not yet a transition. So there's a scale challenge that is in the future that is maybe not reflected in current policies. And the third point, I'll be short. We have we have not finished with the Green Friday, no, the Black Friday, sorry, not the Green Friday. Black Friday, or maybe Black Week, Black Month maybe. And I think from a citizen perspective, it's very hard to navigate in this high pressure from commercial interests and also the algorithms of the big tech companies. They affect the consumer. And I think how to get the consumer to become a voter that supports the changes that are necessary to achieve this transition is also, I think, a big question. We had a visit from the climate minister at the NOAA some time back, and we asked the question now, do you think that we can achieve this energy transition? And the answer was that we probably have the technologies that are necessary, but we need the voters to go on board, and that is the challenge. So I think that could be my first reflections.
Oh, so then we have 5 people and 2 elephants in the room. And okay, so you know, the reason why you guys are here and not the politicians is this new forlik about the statsbudsjett. So I'll just ask you guys to raise your finger if you want to answer this. But one of the things they agreed on to get the budget going now is that they're establishing this transition committee. So it's and it'll work until 2027. So, what do you guys, from your perspective, with all the elephants and all you've heard here today, what do you hope that they will actually do in this committee? What kind of work do we need? Tina?
Maybe I should start, because I think it was a bit in the same direction I was talking about a bit earlier, that we need clear long-term goals. If you want an investor or if you want financing for your company, we need to be sure that the road we started on is the same road we're going to travel for the next 10 to 20 years. It's very difficult, and we see that already with changing politics every 4th year, or even faster. It's very difficult actually to get, for example, foreign investors to come and invest in Norway, because they're afraid, for example, that tax policy is changing. Other kind of shapes of the framework they are going to compete in. Because if you change the framework in a set period of time, where you put your money or you lock your money, of course that could change the profit or profitability of the whole project within that timeline. So that is why you need a stable and open and transparent time frame or goal where you actually are going. How you're going to achieve it depends on who's coming up with the best solution, and the best will be the technology we need at the price that the market could cope with. So I think that was something. I just wanted to comment a few things on what you said, because you said that financing were drying up. I can say that for investments in the energy transition, they are still rising actually, even in the second half of this year, but they're not rising in this part of the world, they're rising in China. So what we're seeing now is that China, they are building capacity, they're building solar power, wind power, they're building industries around this as well, and that comes back to the energy trilemma that, of course, you need to build energy security or independency, and that is something China is doing at the moment. And of course they want to build an industry where they can compete as well, and they see now that the US are changing direction, and also that EU are changing focus to more competitiveness. Of course they have a golden opportunity to build more renewable energy. So still there, I'm still optimistic, to be honest. And if you look at the science-based targets, actually more and more companies, even in 2025, are setting climate targets for the companies. So there are some good news within the, I say, a bit more grey weather.
I will support you that the energy transition is really happening, and one of the most compelling or the best arguments for that, listen to Mikael Libreich's latest podcast, where he actually presents his position regarding the energy transition, and that it is really happening, but it's to a certain extent, since the electric value chain is so damn efficient, it's a bit covered up by that. What I would say in regards to this new committee, they do not start at scratch. I mean, the last document that the government Solberg put on the table was this Energy to Work white paper, which is actually a quite good document, where it's not very good, it's on setting concrete targets. So that is definitely something that should happen. With regards to what we can do, with regards to getting speed on the energy transition, the energy transition won't happen without a cost on emitting CO2. And we have that within EU today. But we need a global market and a global agreement there. That is where the tough battle is going to be, to get an acceptance for it. And it's quite a bumpy and long road ahead, but that needs to be in place if you are going to be able to do this transition.
Can I follow up with a quick question to you, Simen? So do you as a company, sorry, that's really wrong to say, but representing the Equinor, right? Do you kind of fear the phase-out element of such a report, which has been heavily debated over the last days, or is that something that you don't fear?
No, I don't think we fear it. What I can see is based on, again, back to the NVE prediction, with the gas, with the predicted need for gas in Europe. That is far above what we can deliver, because the decline starts in 2030. on gas, and why can I be so damn sure about that? Well, that is when the Troll reservoir, which has half our remaining gas resources, that is gas resources we know we have, half of that is in the Troll reservoir. So in 2030, that goes into tail production, and then the production will fall year by year, and then we will, as a company, will do what we can to fatten that tail. But that is what we are talking about. We are fattening that tail, and that tail will not be thicker than Europe's demand. That's the real facts. And you want to say something on that?
Yes, I'm not afraid of that report. I think that the oil and gas business in Norway, it will go down by natural causes. It will never be a political decision that we are closing down faster than the natural way, because the styringspartiene Høyre and Arbeiderpartiet and Senterpartiet and FrP will never allow that. And why should they? If we close down our shelf products faster than the natural decline, what will happen then? Well, people can put up a little more production for the international market. I don't like to think that we should contribute to his ability to continue the war, for instance. So I think that Miljöpartiet De Grønne, they are in a totally wrong way. That's my opinion on that.
Any final comments on this transition commission from others on the panel? Not only, but if you want. So it was sort of to those who hadn't responded. But you don't have to. Okay, so we have time for some audience questions. Kaya wants in.
Actually, this is like a follow-up of my presentation earlier, a point I forgot to talk about. But I think that really inspired us in Scotland was the work on democratic innovation in other parts of society, not related maybe to all the collaboration between fisheries and the offshore wind industry. But in the society of Scotland, for the last 10 years, they worked a lot on democratic innovation. And I think what you have been commenting on now about we have the technology but not the roads, I think there's a really good example also from Ireland that we heard about when we were in Scotland, where they said that when we have this kind of big ethical questions and value-based questions like what we are dealing with in the energy transition, you could also look at an example as abortion and same-sex marriages that they discussed in Ireland for a long time, and no politicians dare to do anything about these big questions. So they had a panel, like a public panel of people that disagreed a lot and had different opinions about these big topics. And then they gave advice to the politicians. They were more radical than the ones that the national politicians dared to do, based on all their debates and the input from researchers that they got in their panel. And then the politicians, they had a referendum with the whole of the public that was more related to the opinion of the panel than the national politicians. And I think this is showing us also that having like energy panels and like public panels in Norway could make this stability. We could have a more broad political approach to energy, green energy development based on a kind of panel method of working with people. It could be in a regional context or a national context or local communities context. I would say probably all three of them. Yeah, so this is just like thoughts of inputs, so yeah.
Comments?
Because we had actually 2 panels last year. For the first time, we had these kind of civil panels. One was about, one was about how to use the oil fortune most wisely for the coming generations. And I've heard, because I took part in that panel, or input to that panel, that's why I know. But the result was that there was made a report, it was presented at the government, for the government, but I think nothing happened, basically. But I've heard that these kind of panels have succeeded in, as I think, in Ireland, also in France and in the UK, I think. So maybe it's time to try again.
Or maybe just have the follow-up process. You know, it's not enough to have a panel, you have to use it as well for knowledge that comes up.
So it's almost 4 o'clock. Do we have a sort of final piece of input from the audience to the panel, or someone on the panel who wants to say a final word before we sort of...
Could I just have one comment?
Of course.
Sorry. But one thing that made me optimistic as well is that what we're seeing now, since we've been working to try, of course, to not put a price on CO2, but also include nature risk into the equation when we talk about financing and investing in new projects. And what we're seeing is that more and more companies do actually see that nature risk and climate risk is a part of the financial risk. So I think these are not separate items we are trying to analyze any longer. These are much more integrated and is moving in the right direction.
Then at great risk, I give the last word of the conference to Ole Olsen. Go ahead.
I totally agree with Gina. These two politic issues, climate and nature, is very closely linked. And the reason why I am again wind power, offshore and onshore, is the following example. The two wind farm project in Fosen Trøndelag that was condemned by the High Court. Støre and Roan produces in the West 1.9 TWh per year. And they are using more than 60 square kilometers of land. They are using extreme amounts of metals, minerals, concrete. A small unit of nuclear power for 300 megawatt will produce 2.5 TWh, a lot more, and it will use land comparable to Olavs Stadium in Oslo. So there is a huge difference between wind power and nuclear power in combining to solve this problem with not renewable but emission-free energy.
And then I just have to say that the present power excess, the power export from Norway today is in an average year 15 terawatt hours. The production from wind power in Norway today is 15 terawatt hours. Without the wind power, we would have a power deficit in Norway.
A little more. The net export today is 23 TWh up to today.
Okay, so there's food for thought here, and we will, those of you joining for dinner can, I'm sure, glasses of wine will help this discussion. There will be an aperitif at 6 o'clock, I've been told on my ear here, downstairs, is that right?
I am the air, yeah.
Is it downstairs in the first floor? Downstairs, 6 o'clock? Aperitif for those of you joining, and thank you so much to the panel. See you tomorrow.